Welcome to the whoop-de wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your
The
words
whoop-de wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
a
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know the
Yo,
who's your
yo,
who's
hand
your-
me the whoop-de wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana
Yo,
thing.
you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de wop.
I actually don't.
Okay,
Yo,
that's
we
something to do
can
with
throw some cool
and
whoop-de wops.
from a Hoosier, you're gonna get certain things that are gonna happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down.
know at one
Come
point
stove, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Kill him with kindness. That quote was never meant to be taken literally, but when white liberals apply their brand of kindness toward black people, well, it almost seems like they might have meant it in the literal sense. Right now, somewhere in this country, a black kid is barely able to read, but some teacher in the school system is telling him he's doing just fine. A wildly disruptive black student is slowing down learning for the rest of the class, but because of the new suspension policies, the teacher just ignores him. A whole neighborhood has fallen to violence and crime, while some people claim it's simply because of a lack of resources and places for the youth to go. And everyone involved in all of this, the people who vote for and write the policies that let these things keep going, they all think they're helping. They're not. They're just throwing firewood on a fire that's been burning for years and years. Keep watching because we're going to get into how this all started, how it works, and what we can do to smother the flames. Now, I know what this sounds like. It almost sounds like I'm blaming white people for black outcomes. To a degree, I guess you might be right, but nobody's holding a gun to anybody black's head. Black people make their own choices. The problem I'm pointing at is that the information black people have been given has mostly been coming from liberal education systems. That's why the way black people think about these things has been framed with a more liberal lens, and white liberals are the people who built that framework. Very few black people in America have had a hand in designing it. The ones who did learned from versions of that same framework themselves. It's an empathetic framework. It paints its people as caring folks who.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Thursday. As you file into the classroom, please make sure that you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, and I see we've gotten a couple new folks, hopefully you're listening, and hopefully I fulfill your every high expectation or low expectation. Support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for initial public investment into the Saturday show. I kind of think I know what the Saturday show is going to be about. I think it's going to be kind of like homesteading or something, but we'll see. This gentleman who is kind of new to my stable of go-to content creators who talk about politics that oftentimes I find they have interesting commentary, but this creator is his show's called Consider Culture, and it's opening with an annoying combination of the usual black conservative trope. Okay, he is basically going to hedge his bets by appealing to white conservatives, but he's also going to appeal to a black audience, those who might actually kind of blame the white man, as he said. He's going to blame the white man, but only the liberal white man, as if white America is that bifurcated. Conservatives those who are conservative minded have nothing to do with this? What's a liberal university? There are many, just off the top of my head, in the Trump administration who have graduated from quote liberal universities. Pretty much all the Supreme Court justices graduated from liberal universities. And the only exception that I can think of is Amy Coney Barrett. She graduated from Rhodes College, which is, I think, a Presbyterian liberal arts school. And I think she got a law degree from Notre Dame, and she was a professor at Notre Dame. Don't know that you can call Notre Dame a liberal university. This guy, same bullshit. He's not separating himself from the pack of Glenn Lowry's and John McWhorters and, even Thomas Sowell. He's not saying anything that's even remotely original. Why is he blaming white liberals? Why? And I'm going to show you a clip from a short that I did that's actually kind of, for me anyway, kind of gone viral. It's got like about 850 views in like 6 hours. It's a clip of 12th Man saying that Black people need to stop fighting each other. And of course, I'm not going to take that sitting down. This guy's really, he's kind of fascinating, I guess, because he's kind of new or, he's just come to my attention. But what's blaming white liberals got to do with anything? What is a liberal university? And why is the Black community taking or being blamed for bad individual actors? I don't get it. But I do know that this is going to get a lot of, attention from white conservatives and Black conservatives too, but white conservatives.
Think about human problems in an empathetic way. But a lot of the time, that empathy ends up doing long-term damage. Some people call it toxic empathy. Frederick Douglass noticed this toxic empathy back in 1865.
Toxic empathy. Is that like toxic masculinity?
He was clear. Black people shouldn't be looking for pity. He didn't want Black folks looking for sympathy from whites, only justice. Douglass was the biggest Black voice of that century. And he looked at the empathetic kindness that some white people showed and saw a trap. And in a lot of ways, he was right. Let's take a look at how. Here's what I mean when I say toxic empathy. Real empathy is when someone tells you the truth, even when that truth hurts. A good coach doesn't tell you you're doing great when you're not. A good coach tells you where you're going wrong so you can fix it. That's real empathy. You see it in real love too. It might cost you something to say the hard thing, but it helps the person in the long run. Toxic empathy does the opposite. It protects people's feelings and lets them fail. The people handing out that kind of empathy feel good about doing it. They feel like they're doing a great kindness in the moment, but it leaves people worse off because it never asks them to grow. In psychology, there's a term for this kind of smothering. It's called the devouring mother. Think about a mother who does everything for her son. She ties his shoes into his teenage years. When he has a conflict, she steps in and fights his battles for him. If he gets in trouble at school, she makes excuses to the teacher for why he did it. Of course, she loves that son, but she's crippling him. He never grows into a man because she never lets him struggle long enough to become one. Her empathetic love turns into a cage. I've often compared how liberals do things to how devouring mothers tend to do things. It's obvious to me why so many women vote Democrat. I've also pointed to the work of Helen Andrews, who argues that what we call woke is really just feminization. Basically, what a place turns into once enough women start to run things.
Wokeness equals feminization. That is the reason why.
You know, I was reading, struggling to finish this book on the history of liberalism, and I had no idea. We're going to see a video later. This Trump administration is being compared to the uh, uh, was it Weimar Republic or whatever it was called, um, late 18th century Germany, the precursor to, Hitler's rise. Um, and there are striking similarities, believe it or not. Um, what did surprise me is that feminization of government, this is not a new concept in the West. Apparently, in late 19th century, hopefully I didn't say 18th century Germany, I meant 19th century, feminization came up. And probably it's come up, after that too. But I had no idea that feminization has a history of government. That concept of feminization of government, basically right around it was a reason that they didn't want women's suffrage because they were afraid that women would, if they voted, became 50% of the voting population, they would feminize. They basically create a nanny state, which I think is bullshit. And maybe a little bit of empathy in government is a good thing. But this weird woman talking about feminization of government, ultimately she's working against her own best interest and her hairline, apparently. She should never wear her hair pulled back like that. She looks like a Saturday Night Live character, almost like a conehead.
Institutions go woke. So basically, any aspect of wokeness you can identify or pick out, you can find reflected in differences between men and women. So don't break your brain trying to figure out why did wokeness occur when it's really very simple. It's just wherever there are enough women or a high enough share of women within an institution, you will get wokeness. It is as simple as that.
Now, I tend to agree with some of her thinking there. That's why when I look at white liberal empathy and what it's done to Black America, I see something very similar. Shelby Steele called it a smothering kindness. He said the guilt-driven kindness of white liberals hurt Black people in a way open racism never did. Open racism you can see and you can fight. This other thing hugs you while it holds you down.
Whites need to accept this as fact. And
Yeah, this is Shelby Steele. I believe it's Shelby Steele. Here's the other deal. Okay, in a weird way, saying that the smothering kindness of white liberals to Blacks basically lulls Blacks into, into believing. How can someone who is at least kind of sounding, like a tough love for Black people type of Black, he's literally calling Blacks too stupid to realize what white liberals are doing. So he's really not complimenting Black people at all. He's kind of saying, hey, you know what? These Black people are so childlike that, these liberals, become their mother. Like Black men, Black women, Black adults can't see through the bullshit. These MAGA Blacks, they are as bad as the white conservatives in thinking that Black people are too stupid to know the world around them. They might as well be overseers. As a matter of fact, I'm going to start calling the MAGA Blacks the overseer class. They know better than the Black folk. Let me speak to them, massa. I knows how to speak their language.
accept this as reality because it is reality.
I've heard friends argue that this toxic empathy from white liberals is something new. But if you look at history, that's just not the case. Black people have been warning about it since the late 1800s at least. Kelly Miller was a black sociologist at Howard University. He saw it back in 1897. He worded it a little different, but he said, "No healthy, vigorous breed can be produced in the shade." Think about that picture. A plant kept in the shade, protected from the harsh sun, never grows strong. Miller was watching black folks up north take the shade and protection of guilty white society. And he said they were paying too high of a price for it. They stayed safe, but they traded away the sunlight it takes to grow. So over 120 years ago, a black scholar looked at protection, dressed up as kindness, and called it what it was. It wasn't help. It was an early recognition of toxic empathy. It was stunning black growth. Too many of us miss the fact that a lot of the stuff we learn from kindergarten up helps keep us in that smothered state. One of the first books I ever read about the condition of black people in America was The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. It was written back in 1933. In that book, Woodson said that when you control a man's thinking, you don't have to worry about his actions. He'll find his proper place and stay in it. You don't have to send him to the back door. He'll go on his own. If there's no back door, he'll cut one for himself. That's the whole game. Control the mind and the behavior follows.
Okay, well, how are black conservatives not in the same condition? Okay, I love, because I'll hear people from Clarence Thomas to definitely people like Thomas Sowell, probably to this guy, basically saying that, hey, as a black conservative, I think against the grain. Black people and white liberals don't like someone who thinks for themselves. I don't see evidence of that. I don't hear independent thinking. I've never heard Thomas Sowell think an independent thought. At least Glenn Lowry at least went against the conservative grain, to his detriment as far as his employment with the Manhattan Institute. But at least Glenn Lowry was like, nope, going to do what I want to do. Now, it could be accidental. It could be that he was kind of like the reverse of the white liberal black protection divide, where you just substitute liberal for conservative. I think Glenn Lowry thought he could do what the fuck he wanted to do, and the conservatives basically reminded him that he was black. But let's just take the best case scenario where Glenn Lowry, did what he followed the breadcrumbs. He followed where his mind was leading him. None of the other MAGA blacks ever exhibit independence of thought. Most of these MAGA blacks just toe the MAGA line, the conservative line, just like black liberals follow the liberal line. I don't know why they think that they're any different.
Without a fight. So when you think about how black history gets taught, you got to ask, was this on purpose? First, you learn about slavery, then civil rights, then they put it in movies and films, and you learn it all over again. And while the story is true and it matters, it seems to be the only story anybody follows.
And that's the other thing. Most Americans, conservative, liberal, black, white, it doesn't matter. They learn from high school textbooks and movies. I had this dude reacting to the short that I just talked about. This dude, he was like, well, I'm going to spam you with evidence. So he sent me a bunch of fucking YouTube videos like that's empirical evidence. Yeah, we don't learn. High school's not teaching people how to learn. I fear, and I've heard it plenty of times said in various ways, that we're teaching kids by rote, where they're memorizing everything. They're not actually learning how to learn. That's really what schools should be for, to learn how to learn.
Focuses on, like it's the only thing that matters in Black history, and Black children walk away believing Black people are mainly victims, and that suffering is at the center of who Black people are, the Black struggle. And what about all the things Black children miss in school that would have built a stronger mindset? What about the free Black men and women who ran real businesses before the Civil War? What about the Black people who bought their whole families out of slavery, one person at a time? The Black folks who got rich during slavery, running their own businesses, the Black towns, the Black banks, the Black colleges built from almost nothing.
Listen to this idiot. Okay, that's almost a separate topic. The Black people who got rich during slavery, well, yeah, we ought to know about it, but that was in spite of slavery, not because of it, not even during it. It was in spite of slavery. So you can teach both at the same time. You can teach slavery is just intrinsically evil, even if it's a benign thing, a benign master. Slavery's still evil. They're two different topics, to be honest. So they're teaching about slavery as an institution. Technically, it has nothing to do with Black people who were free, who got rich. They're related, but two different things. If I'm teaching about slavery, why would I want to teach about rich Black people? Education's about education. It's not about politics, or shouldn't be.
Those stories do exist. They just rarely get told because there's no victim in them. There's only the strength. And instead, the one most Black people know is the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921, mostly because of the violence.
The massacre was largely omitted from local, state, and national histories for years. In 1997, a bipartisan group in the state legislature authorized the formation of the Oklahoma Commission to study the massacre. Now, schools in Oklahoma are required to teach students about the events.
They can remember the firebombing of Greenwood from the airplanes, but there were two other cities also called Black Wall Street, and nobody brings them up. How many people know about Black Wall Street in Durham, North Carolina?
The most prominent Black business district in North Carolina, and one of the most prominent in the country, was Durham's Black Wall Street, located on.
Again, they're going to teach significant events. Okay, there's no reason to teach about Durham in a survey course. As a matter of fact, by the way, I don't know how many actual interviews I've seen of white people saying, "Hey, I had no clue." They don't even teach. They didn't even teach about Greenwood or Tulsa in Oklahoma. There were white people from Oklahoma who didn't know about this. So what the fuck is he talking about? They don't talk about Durham, and apparently they weren't talking about Tulsa either. Again, this dude, and I understand, he has a polemic to deliver. He may not be able to cover all bases, but one thing that I've found, there have been plenty of times I wanted to talk about a topic, but then I'll research it and I'm like, well, you know what? Even if I present this point of view, there's enough, there is a good enough argument against my point of view that maybe I shouldn't even present it. If I can't overwhelmingly talk about a topic because it's real obvious, my point of view is right, well, I'm not going to talk about it. That's polemics. I have an agenda. We all do it. I'm not really fussing at this guy. I'm just saying, I'm just rebutting, basically. So let's continue. And there will be a few news articles. I got a couple videos. I don't know that this is going to be a very long show, but we'll see how it turns out. And I'll drop the link momentarily.
Paris Street downtown. The center of black commerce in Durham originated in the Haytide district, but expanded when Mechanics and Farmers Bank and North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company opened on Paris Street. M&F Bank, established by a group of 7 African-American businessmen, is one of the first African-American-owned banks in the U.S. NC Mutual, founded by John Merrick and Aaron Moore, later expanded by Charles Spaulding, was at one point considered the world's largest African-American business. Both are still in business today.
Or Richmond, Virginia.
Jackson Ward in Richmond, Virginia, experienced an influx of African Americans, many of whom migrated in the era of the Great Migration. It was eventually nicknamed the Harlem of the South, as it served as an early space for Black entrepreneurship, creativity, and culture. Home to more than 100 Black-owned businesses, including insurance companies, law offices, and pharmacies, Jackson Ward saw a number of African Americans prospering in professions such as medicine and law, alongside a growing home-owning Black middle class. It is home to the U.S.'s first Black woman-owned bank president, Maggie Lena Walker.
No massacres made them famous, so most folks never hear about them. Woodson said it clearly. The foundation a lot of Black kids get handed isn't agency. It's a story where you only matter when you're wounded. And once a group decides their victimhood defines them as a people, some of them will find ways to profit off that victimhood. This isn't new either. Booker T. Washington called it out in 1911. He wrote that there's a class of people who make a business out of keeping the troubles and the wrongs of the Negro race in front of the public. Not because it heals anybody, because it pays. And here's the line that really hits home.
Let me also point out about the miseducation of the Negro. It winds up being that the Black middle class, the Black educated class, in to the miseducation of the Negro, and also what's the E. Franklin Frazier book, Black Bourgeoisie. The educated, basically the Black middle class gets excoriated in both books. He seems to not be bringing it up, and maybe it just doesn't suit this particular polemic. But I think it's I think the miseducation of the Negro is not just about white liberals. It's really about how the Black middle class, the educated class, these people are going to school and they're not basically learning how to learn. They're learning, more like almost like what would you call it? Almost like the wrong things. Even back in the 20s and 30s and 40s, and 50s, but let's stick, say the 20s through the 40s, it was thought by people like Carter G. Woodson and E. Franklin Frazier that the Black middle class was learning the wrong things. They were basically learning to kind of be an imitation of the white middle class. They were becoming materialistic, et cetera, et cetera. They weren't really learning. They weren't really learning to think critically, to kind of reject a lot of what white society kind of, the commercialization, the worship of money, this idea that Black people go and they buy a lot of status symbols, they buy a lot of things that they don't necessarily need, the Cadillacs and the Jordans and all that. Excuse me. Cadillacs back then were the Jordans of today. That criticism has been around for decades, maybe even centuries. Um, it's funny. It's funny that he's not talking about any of that. A lot of the criticism that people like E. Franklin Frazier and Carter G. Woodson, a lot of the criticisms were leveled at the Black community itself. They weren't even talking about white people that much. So they certainly, yeah, the white liberal, that would come up, but it was a lot of just criticism of the Black community having the wrong or coveting the wrong things. He would be much better off making a critique of the Black community that way instead of involving white liberals. I just, I don't think this is doing the heavy lifting, to be honest.
He said some of these people do not want the Negro to lose his grievances because they do not want to lose their jobs. So over 100 years ago, a Black man was pointing out that some Black people are getting paid to keep that victim mindset going. He's describing the grievance industry, and it's been running ever since. The idea that Black people are permanent victims sits in the minds of a lot of Black Americans today. And once you believe that, all the empathetic policies start feeling like justice. Look at the receipts. Start with school discipline. People took the empathetic stance when they saw Black boys getting suspended at higher rates than other groups. Maybe out of a fear of looking racist, activists pushed schools to stop their suspensions.
That's how they learned this was a nationwide problem.
African American students are over 3 times more likely than their white peers to be suspended or expelled, often for very similar offenses.
They claimed the reason Black boys got suspended more than any other group had to be because of teacher bias and nothing else. John McWhorter, a professor at Columbia University, said the truth out loud.
There is a disproportionate number of suspensions of Black boys in schools for violence. Now, the Kendian position is to say that that must be racist because Black boys aren't the only ones. That disproportion must be because of a stereotype of Black men as violent. But the truth is that the data makes it very clear that Black boys do commit more violent acts in the schools. If you've got a violent Black kid in a school like that and you don't take that kid out, the violence is being perpetrated against other Black kids.
So who did the toxic empathy actually help here? Definitely not those Black boys. We can look at empathetic grading too. Thomas Sowell told a story about white professors who couldn't bring themselves to fail Black students who hadn't earned the grade. These professors felt they were being
Okay, once again, this guy goes back to the usual, fallbacks. Thomas Sowell, John McWhorter. The one thing I don't hear, and I think to Thomas Sowell's credit, I can't remember John McWhorter particularly, but they want to blame all this stuff on white liberals. But white liberals are just reacting. Okay, I don't ever hear any of these guys go directly to the Black parenting. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm, missing it. But I wouldn't even bother time. I wouldn't even waste time criticizing the liberals. Why are we not asking why are Black boys being this violent and, so criminal? I will also say this, it's in isolated areas. It's geographically isolated. There may be, it may be cultural, but where do the parents come into this? Why is he talking about liberals and not talking about the parents? We always want to talk about if white liberals are doing this, it is, as I said, reactionary, and it is more a symptom. The reaction is a symptom. The cause, no one ever seems to want to deal with it. And if the cause is poverty or something like that, as liberals say, I think sometimes MAGA blacks will just discount the cause because they don't want to hear it. They also want to racialize a lot of this, but I respect that, black boys are um, committing more of, these acts of violence, to get suspended. But where are the parents? Why aren't black conservatives going directly after the blacks? It's probably easier and more. They'll get less pushback if they go after white liberals, is why. They won't piss off the black community and they'll satisfy their conservative white masters. I want to see them go after the black community directly. Like, what the fuck is wrong with black people? Why aren't they parenting these violent boys? The minute they do that, they will come under some fire, and they don't want that. They just want an easy paycheck, apparently.
Compassionate, but would they have given that
is being perpetrated against other black kids?
So who did the toxic empathy actually help?
I don't
here?
know how that happened.
Definitely not those black boys. We can look at empathetic grading too. Thomas Sowell told a story about white professors who couldn't bring themselves to fail black students who hadn't earned a grade. These professors felt they were being compassionate, but would they have given that same compassion to white students? No. And Sowell's point, brutal as it is 100% correct. When you tell someone they're passing when they're really failing, you're only setting them up for a much bigger failure later, when the real world doesn't grade on that same curve. Then there's white liberals paying people for subpar work. Shelby Steele wrote about a program that paid black students to keep a C average. They actually paid them in dollars and cents. He called it the kind of kindness that kills because it trains kids to cash in on being a victim instead of earning real self-respect. The economist Walter E. Williams took it to the street. He did a documentary on minimum wage laws and other well-meaning policies called Good Intentions. It was based on his book called The State Against Blacks, and that's a fitting name. People think that they're doing something good by wiping out the lowest paying jobs. They walk away feeling like they got rid of an evil, but there's a victim, the low-skilled black teenager who now has no job at all. No paycheck, just time on his hands and a corner to spend it on. That kid often ends up on the corner committing crime, and the liberal whites who priced him out never seem to understand that their do-good deeds are part of why he turned to crime instead of the job he couldn't get. Because the wages got pushed up past what an employer was willing to pay him at that point.
For a small employer to hire a young, inexperienced worker is a risk. The grocer who hired me could afford that risk. I only earned $1 an hour, but that's all I was worth. I didn't have any experience or skills. Today, with an effective minimum wage of nearly $4 an hour, the risk of hiring a young, inexperienced worker may be too expensive to take.
If there were a lower minimum wage, I could hire maybe 2 or 3 more.
The minimum wage law is a perfect example of the pattern afflicting poor black people today. The government, in an attempt to protect poor people, often creates new obstacles for them.
Now, maybe the 80s is too far back for you to take all that seriously. So let's look at something a little bit more recent, 2020. The Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture put up a chart. That chart said hard work, self-reliance, planning for the future, delayed gratification, and the nuclear family were all features of whiteness.
Its National Museum of African American History in Washington has now made up a graphic listing what it claims are aspects and assumptions of whiteness and white culture in the United States.
Basically,
I think what a lot of people missed is that maybe this chart was a bit satirical. Who started promoting the idea that being on time and all that stuff was white culture. It was white people who did it. Okay. I don't know how many times just here on YouTube I have heard white people say, well, blacks are always late, or, stuff like that. It's white people who promoted the being on time and hard work. When you say that black people are lazy or black people are violent, you're literally, the chart is just restating that. But white people got mad at something their co-whites have been talking about for centuries. Blacks are lazy. If you go back and you look just even at like political cartoons during Reconstruction in the South, where I remember this one cartoon. I need to find it. It was a political cartoon depicting black congressmen, blacks in the U.S. Congress, U.S. House of Representatives, and it's got all these like I guess the only term I could think would be like all these characters, racial stereotypical caricatures of black men in the U.S. House, like eating chicken and watermelon and all this stuff while they're sitting there and kind of fighting and raging amongst each other. White people have been pushing the stuff that's on that chart for centuries, and all of a sudden it shows up in an African American history museum, and white people are getting mad. It was the white people who fucking pushed those stereotypes. But look at this dude sitting here not being able to understand the context of American history. Yeah, it was in the museum. It's basically what white people have been saying. Black people don't say that, but nobody seemed to have gotten that.
Saying anybody who does those things is acting white. So, a museum supposedly built to honor black people was telling the world that discipline and hard work are something black people should see as white. They pulled the chart after the backlash. Even Newsweek had to call it out. But somebody wrote it. Somebody believed it enough to hang it on the wall in the Smithsonian of all places. That same summer, KIPP did something worse. KIPP runs schools that are almost all black and Latino. They've got 100,000 students or so. They've been known for getting low-income black students into college at several times the expected rate. Their slogan was pretty simple: work hard, be nice. But in 2020, they dropped it. Their stated reason was that it valued being compliant and submissive, and that it supported the illusion of meritocracy. So the thing that made them the most successful, those high expectations, they apologized for it. Now, by now, I hope you're seeing the pattern. Every single time, it's about one group feeling good about themselves, feeling like they're being good people, and black people suffer for following them. Too many black people leverage the empathy, and that leverage always comes in the same form, removing consequences. So what does a life with no steady consequences actually do to people? There's plenty of data on it, actually. Kids raised with warmth but no limits always have the worst outcomes. Psychologists call this permissive parenting. It leads to kids with less self-control, a lot more entitlement, a hard time handling the word no, and the kids who do best, they usually have both, love and high expectations, the warmth and real consequences that show up every single time. Jonathan Haidt found the same thing in his work on how parents and society coddle young people. He found that if you protect a person from struggle, you don't get a stronger person. You get a more anxious, more fragile person.
We have been massively protecting kids from bad experiences. No teasing.
Now, what did I say about the infantilization that these fucking MAGA blacks and conservatives in general have been doing for centuries? So here is Jonathan Haidt talking about kids and protection, and it's literally being compared to Black America and protection. Like Black Americans are kids. This shit is this dude. I was fussing at somebody earlier in Nidus's chat about, well, actually, well, his chat, but also conversing back and forth with this Yahoo who in my in the comment section of my short, dude. It was Deacon Dave who I was fussing at. Y'all have no clue how to use analogies. Okay, the more elements of your point align with the real time situation that you're trying to analogize, the more effort or the more points of sameness, it reinforces the effectiveness of your analogy. Okay, just hey, this sounds similar, this sounds similar. Let's put the two together. That is not an effective analogy. Okay, if you want similar, use a simile. Okay, if you want analogy, it's really got people don't know how to use analogies. Simile, in my opinion at least, and I'm no English major or English scholar, but what I'm saying is that something like something, yeah, that's kind of loose. But when you do analogy, it's got to be pretty good to be effective in a serious argument. And this guy basically talking about Jonathan Haidt and children, as far as protecting your kids or overprotecting your kids and the Black community, like we're all children. Anyone with a brain that can think critically is going to see this comparison is condescending. Okay, and that's what MAGA blacks, well, not MAGA blacks, the Soul Brothers, who actually want to think they know a little bit about polemics and politics and stuff like that. This really, this dude needs to be criticized seriously for. The fuck does Jonathan Haidt have to do with a critique of the Black community? It's bullshit.
If someone teases a kid in school, that's bullying now. You can't tease someone in school. We want to protect them from bad feelings. We want to protect their self-esteem. We don't want them to get hurt. We don't want them to take any risks. We think we're helping them. It's just like keeping them safe from peanuts. We're weakening them.
We used to say whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Today, it seems like society flipped that phrase all the way around. So when you look at all this, it's easy to understand what's happening in parts of the Black community. They keep embracing the empathetic ideas. A Black kid gets no steady consequences at home, then none at school because the discipline got soft. So what should we expect when he hits the street and meets a soft on crime policy? The way I see it, there were multiple chances to teach that Black child that his actions come with the cost, whether it's from his family, his school, or elsewhere. But instead of that simple truth, he got taught comforting lies. Too many Black kids grow up learning those same falsehoods. They learn that the rules change day to day and nothing sticks. Nothing is consistent. In the comments, there's going to be somebody who says, I'm blaming white people, even after I explain that's not the case.
No, you're literally not brave enough to blame Black people. Dude, I don't get the sense that he is holding the Black community accountable. And if he is, it's very passive aggressive. See, it's like I said at the beginning, it's real popular. You're not gonna piss your white masters off, and you're not gonna piss the black community off if you go after white liberals. So literally he's going after white people, but not all white people, just the white liberals because they're safe. I want to hear him go after black parenting, which he would be right to do, and I might even be on his side when he holds black parents accountable. Fuck white liberals when it comes to blacks parenting their kids in an America that is passive aggressively hostile. I want to see these MAGA blacks and these soul brothers actually talk to the black community. He's talking to white conservatives right now. He's not talking to black people. He may be talking to MAGA blacks, but he's not talking to quote regular black people. MAGA blacks are weirdos. Especially if well, they're weirdos. They are a very small part of the total black community. He's satisfying massa.
And there'll be others saying I'm blaming the victims, black people, or that I'm taking the side of the racists. None of these folks are catching the point.
You are.
So let me deal with the first group, the blaming white people crowd. The way I see it, blaming means saying somebody did something to black people and there's nothing black people can do about it. That's how the grievance industry handles it, but that's not how I do it on my channel. I'm just naming a group of white liberals who built an environment where black people.
Let me help you out with the definition of blaming, and I'm not going to even Google it. Blaming means that you are going to hold people accountable. That's literally what blaming means. Now they might be innocent. You can falsely accuse or falsely blame someone, but blaming means holding accountable. Frankly, we don't blame whites because we have no means of holding them accountable. We may want to blame, we may attempt to blame, but you have to have the power to take that blame, that claim, that accusation all the way to some sort of adjudication process to achieve justice. Not even necessarily punishment, but justice. Dude, he can't even get what blame is correctly.
Learn how things work in America. Naming who built that environment doesn't excuse the people choosing what they do inside of the environment. Black people still get to choose. I'm also not saying that these white people had any bad intentions, and I'm not making excuses for black people. The second group usually comes from people who say, I'm taking the racist side. But let me ask you a question. If black behavior only exists because white people put it there, what does that actually say about black people? It basically says that we don't have the ability or the will to do anything on our own, that we only do what white people script for us. In my opinion, that's even nastier than anything a racist would throw at us. Holding someone to a standard is the opposite of that. It assumes they can actually meet the standard. It's not racism, that's respect. And I'm giving people that respect. Glenn Lowry explained it back in 1985. He said that black people face two enemies, the enemy without, which is white racism, and the enemy within, the things the community does to itself, absent fathers, crime, kids raised with no structure. And here was his worry. He said almost all the energy was going into fighting the enemy without, while the enemy within goes unchecked, meaning we're not paying any attention to our own problems. We're only paying attention to what white people do. Lowry even called this shot. He said people would argue that the problems in the black community are just symptoms of oppression. So going after black behavior is treating the symptom and ignoring the real cause. And
see, this is the other thing. Glenn Lowry said, but he said it to white people. Glenn Lowry never went to a black church that I'm aware of. I've known about Glenn Lowry since the early 90s, but I don't remember him in the 80s because I would have been in high school. These people were talking to the Manhattan Institute or the Hoover Institution. They never talked to the like a NAACP meeting or church or anything like that because they know they would have been ostracized if they didn't word it correctly. So these black conservatives like Glenn Lowry, and I will give Glenn Lowry a little credit. He has the only time I've ever seen Glenn Lowry actually talk to a black person. I've seen it twice. He talked to Brianna Joy Gray, who is not going. She's elite raised, black elite raised, and she's a Harvard law graduate. So, she's DSA, like a socialist, democratic socialist. She's going to be less inclined to approach it in a black, quote, black way. She's going to intellectualize it, which I would do the same thing, quite frankly, but I can do both. Brianna Joy Gray, I'm not so sure about, even though I adore her, but she's not, she's not NAACP. The other person is Mark Lamont Hill, and he did give some pushback, but not that much. And it was only like a half-hour thing when he was doing the Black, whatever it was, network. Glenn Lowry, I've never seen Glenn Lowry go before a church or an NAACP meeting or, an audience that would basically be skeptical of his message. Never seen Soul do it. Fucking certainly not Shelby Steele. Black Republicans don't put their livelihoods nor their necks in danger. And it's always led me to believe that they don't really believe in their message. They're grifters. Funny enough, to her credit, the only black conservative that I've ever seen like come down to Atlanta, and she was on a stage with T.I. and what's her name? Candace Owens. She's the only one who's actually like gone out and put her mouth or her head in the mouth of a lion, figuratively. And she has pretty privilege. No one was going to fuck with her that much. She knew what she was doing, and she was talking bullshit when she did it. But she's got that pretty privilege. No, T.I. was not going to go after her like that. So I might have, but anyway, I'm drifting off.
Look, there are real problems on both sides. We've got to deal with both. Lowry never denied racism was an issue. It's just not a big one. But only one of these is something black people can actually control. That's the stuff happening in black households and communities. And since you can do something about that right now today, that's the one you should focus on.
The easiest path would be to say, don't worry. We're going to bend over backwards. We're going to get a few more in. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. The hard path is saying something that's true, but that is unpalatable.
So both objections come apart the same way. White liberals built a world where they remove consequences from black.
Let me rewind that a little bit. Okay, so this is Glenn Lowry. On Glenn Lowry's right is Harvey Mansfield. And on his left is John McWhorter. And this is at Harvard. So he's speaking truth to Whitey. He's not speaking truth to the black community. Once again, Glenn Lowry fails. Harvey Mansfield is just going to nod his head. And by the way, I think Harvey Mansfield is awesome, but he's like a 12th man talking about black people should stop fighting each other. That motherfucker has no clue what he's talking about. And it's even worse. Anyway, I'm going to view the clip right after this before I get into news articles. And Deacon Dave, so anxious to come up here and speak his speak. Let me drop this link right now. We don't want to keep him waiting. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay, well, that's the Deacon Dave link. That's his engraved invitation. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much.
You said I made a bad analogy?
Yeah, I don't even remember what it was. It was something on Nidus's show.
Oh, Jesus. Phone's ringing. Hold on.
Okay. So we'll continue with this until Dave comes back.
Saying something that's true, but that is unpalatable.
So both objections come apart the same way. White liberals built a world where they removed consequences from black people and called it love and empathy. And black people still have a choice. Both of those things are true at the same time. Me naming the environment doesn't take away the fact that black people have a choice. This is straight talk. If you're on the left, black or white, this toxic empathy feels good to you. And I get that. It feels like compassion. I understand. But you've got to look at the outcomes. Those outcomes don't happen to you. They happen to a kid who can't read at grade level because nobody who claimed to love him ever told him the truth. And to my white viewers especially, please hear this clearly. There are plenty of black people who see exactly what this empathy does, and we're not grateful for it. We're tired of it. I've shown you in this video that black people have been watching this toxic empathy hurt black communities for a very long time. Now, if you're black and you bought into the victim story, I understand, but you don't have to carry that weight on your shoulders. You were taught that story in a classroom before you were old enough to even question it. You're old enough now. If you're watching this, you're old enough to set it down. You don't have to carry the weight of your ancestors here in 2026. We're the solution. And that's a good thing. That's exactly what the victim mindset robs you of. All we've got to do is change the mindset. It's that simple. The only thing missing.
Wait, who is carrying the weight of their ancestors? What is he talking about? Most people don't even know American history, let alone black history. What ancestors? Who's carrying the weight? I wish he'd elaborate on that.
Is the consequences. Too many black people, for some reason, are always trying to dodge the consequences. So the solution is one thing and one thing only: being consistent. People need to know the same consequences waiting for them every time. No debates. At home, in school, in crime and punishment. People don't learn best from simply harsh punishment. They learn from predictable punishment. A child who knows exactly what happens every single time he crosses the line will stop crossing it. But a child...
Yes, sir.
That's what it was. The girl on the bus surrounded by supremacists. Supremacists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said she looked scared. You know, this should never happen to her. And I said, the Ukrainian girl.
Whoa. I don't care what they said. I really don't. And as a matter of fact, I have Stacy. Damn it. I have a comment or actually an essay on that.
On what?
So I
On
don't
what?
care what, too many people just go, well, you know what they say. How about tell me what you think? Because I can't talk to they.
I get it, and what you're doing is moving the goalpost
No,
before it
I'm
even
not
gets
even.
set.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no, no,
yeah.
no.
You're going upfield again.
I'm not moving the goalpost. Whoa,
Sorry.
I'm putting the spotlight on you. Consider this a compliment. I'm more interested in what Deacon Dave thinks than I am in what they say. I would think that's a compliment.
Well, I wasn't even giving an opinion on what they say. They say
Well,
I'm giving
see,
you the
this is
scenario for when you said
this
that
is
I made a
what
bad analogy, so I can give you the
right. But
analogy,
just
and you explain to me where it was bad.
hold on one sec. Again, I think I am giving you a compliment when I say, and it's also a dodge when you go, they say this. Nah, stop hiding behind them. How about tell me what you think? You may
There's no attempt to hide behind what they said.
did
I'm
not
telling you what they said when I made the analogy.
they did not make the analogy you did. So tell me what
I'm
you
telling you what they said that I made an
I
analogy
don't care
against.
what they said. This isn't a
This is
conversation.
goofy, Stanley.
This
You're doing that
is
thing again.
see, here we go. I expect
Because you know my analogy was great. It worked and it
I
was a great
expect
analogy.
we'll talk about the analogy in just a second. Oh, I want to talk about the analogy, but I want to set the stage before we get to this analogy because I don't care what they say. They didn't make the analogy. Tell me what you think and tell me why you thought the analogy was good. Stop talking about they. So proceed.
I thought you didn't remember what it was about. I was explaining to
I
you what it was about.
you're here to remind me. I knew
Yeah,
I
as I was reminding you, I said they say, and you're just getting caught up on that.
okay. Once again, you want to do the whataboutism.
Not at all. Do you remember? Can you explain to me what the scenario was as to why I made this analogy that we're talking about?
Okay, so you made an analogy because other people talked about something?
She was going off about it. See, you don't even want the scenario.
Okay.
It doesn't. You can't even get down. You can't get anywhere or out of the parking spot if you don't get the scenario right.
I see you're getting all in your feelings. Go ahead and give me the scenario and I'll just critique it once you get it all out because
All right,
I'm going
cool. All right. They said that the girl was on the bus looking scared. So being surrounded by white supremacists. It's a photo that's going viral. And Bomb Cherry also said that she didn't deserve to be in that situation. She was just trying to go from A to B. I said that she was perfectly safe because clearly she made it. And I said she was also more safe than the Ukrainian girl who didn't make it. Great analogy.
well, it's a shit analogy.
Why? Because you don't like it?
Well, hold on. Let me go ahead and do the critique that I started. I don't give a fuck what they say. Okay, you can tell me why you think it, but you can tell me why you make the analogy without including they. And Bon Cherry is not particularly good in her critiques. I don't know why people give her the plaudits that they do. She's not that. She's not all that. She's good, at what she does, but serious, like thought provoking commentary, nah, not even. I don't. I, I will listen to about 5 minutes of her show if the topic seems interesting, but usually after about 5 or 10 minutes, it just gets sloppy. And I don't, because she can be extreme. And as I've said before, I don't really like extremes. She just goes too far sometimes. Uh, as to the analogy, I talked a few minutes earlier about when you make an analogy, you've got to have a lot of dots that connect. Okay, the Ukrainian girl was not on a bus of any sort of supremacist. She was on a bus with a criminally insane murderer. Okay, that
He was a
girl.
black supremacist, if
I
you
don't
did
need
not
to
know.
interrupt. Hold your fire. The girl in the picture, no, she obviously wasn't on a bus full of murderers, but I don't see the situations as even close. This girl, and this girl, I think I'd be a little nervous being on a bus full of Patriot Front masked men. Okay, it's the poo shiesties, it's the implied threat, and she is a young lady. Why is she any worse or better than the young lady um, on that bus in Charlotte? The young lady on the bus didn't know it was gonna. She didn't even know she was in a dangerous situation. The girl on the DC Metro, it's a train, by the way, not a bus. Uh, it's obvious that she should have been a little wary of her surroundings. And to discount any threat or any fear that that young lady felt is just unmanly. It's ungentlemanly. It is
Oh,
callous.
that's an opinion.
And do not, yeah, God damn it. Of course it's my
Yeah,
opinion. Who
yeah,
else is
yeah.
a see?
Everybody has an opinion.
The difference between me and you is I always express my opinion. I don't express they's opinion. It's always my opinion. It's an
I didn't
opinion.
express Jay's opinion either.
You literally did when you said she was safer. You can't prove that statistically.
That's what she said.
It is literally a counterfactual.
Stanley, I think you're drowning trying to tread water.
I
You're,
think
you're shaking the dice a lot. You're prepping a scenario that you have no control over. I don't even know why you're doing it.
I think that you don't understand my argument, and I'm not going to.
Not at all. You're making no argument.
You literally don't understand my argument. You don't.
And then you're attacking manhood. You're attacking somebody's being by saying it's unmanly for not being concerned about that girl's safety. I'm not in DC.
You should know better than to overtalk me. We can have a constructive conversation, or we can just fucking talk all over each other and change the nature of this conversation. Okay, how about let me finish? Even if I meander and you get bored, deal with it or don't. Bottom
Dunking
line,
me like that. I'm Dunkin' Donuts.
the bottom line is the analogy does not work. The circumstances, not the same. So that fucking weird thing about she was safer than the girl, the Ukrainian girl, it's a bad look for starters. You even bringing that up. And number two,
No, it's not. And I could explain why. If you give up the microphone for a second before you run off with your narrative again.
Don't know why you need to not let me finish. It's a bad
No, you're using compound.
Okay. The analogy does not work. It's my opinion. You can have the floor, but you're not going to fucking change my mind. Why are you wasting your time?
You're wasting time dribbling the air out the ball.
I have a show. I can waste all the time I want.
We're talking about it. You want to talk about it? You want to have a conversation? You have to give up the microphone a little bit.
I don't think we need a conversation. We're not going to agree on it.
The reason why, with a little bit of knowledge, the Ukrainian girl would have seen the guy with the dreads as a threat. Even she could have used math and statistics and realized that she might have been in danger the same way the black girl did.
You define what knowledge she would have needed?
She would have just needed any type of statistics. She could have looked at a bunch of the knowledge she would have needed. I'm trying to answer the question.
You're going
You already said the question.
Okay, here we go once again. What kind of knowledge would she have needed?
All she had to do was have some sense of stereotype. She could have looked at anybody's what's that where they take your photo before you get booked? Yeah, she could have.
Okay,
She could have
but
looked
you
at
know
it, the
what?
majority of those photos and seen all the dreadheads in there. You might not
You
want
know
to sit
what?
next to them.
You know what? Even SKC would have come out and been better. He would speak his mind. He wouldn't window dress it like you did. SKC would say she should have been a racist. Being a racist would have saved her life. That's what you really mean to say.
I didn't say that because I'm not
No, you
SKC.
didn't say it.
You're
You didn't
talking to
say it.
Deacon Dave.
You
I'm
did
I'm gonna
not
I'm gonna
say it.
take you a little bit closer to what it's not like to just call something that is not necessary. I'm not gonna do that. And I know you think that's what most people in my position would do. I'm actually gonna give
What is
you a tad bit
wait,
more
no,
logic than just a
no
quick conclusion.
what is your situation? I have no idea what it is.
I'm going to give you more logic than a quick snapshot
Okay,
conclusion like you just did. I'm not
you
going to
really
say it would have been better if she would have been
really
racist, because then we'd have been arguing about that for 20 minutes.
well, you know what's wrong with America right now? Is
It's racist.
too many people don't seem to know what logic is. They will say they're speaking logic when they're not really. Logic,
I haven't said
logic
one logical thing yet. I never
you
claimed to have said anything logical.
did you not use the word logic?
No, I said I would have if you let me if you would let me respond, and I didn't get to, so that's why I didn't.
Okay, you've been responding for quite some time now.
I've been critiquing you on the way you've been treading water, shaking the dice, dribbling the air out the ball, whatever you want to call it, to try to prep
Your
an argument that you know you clearly lost because the analogy was perfect.
I've been fighting against this for days. Your uneducated critique, okay, make it, but it's not doing the heavy lifting you think it is. It
Oh,
honestly doesn't. It doesn't even perturb me. It doesn't even.
let's not forget where this comes from. The only reason why you're criticizing me is because you didn't like my analogy. It was
No,
an
it's
emotional hit.
see. Once again, you're calling something emotional. It's not that I didn't like your analogy. It's an objectively bad analogy.
Yeah, nobody else seemed to have a problem with it. I think
Me
like
now,
two people said, "Yeah, you got a point,"
once
except for
again, you're
you.
emotional.
No, I'm not. No, I'm definitely not being emotional.
See, that's always the other odd thing. People who are emotional always think other people are emotional. I'm not emotional. It's a bad analogy.
Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
I told you why it was a bad analogy. I've already explained myself. I'm not going to repeat it.
Well, I disagree with your critique,
Well, you just
and I don't.
then you
And I think you're. I also think you're wrong.
fine. Anything else?
Nah, not at all. But then you're giving this guy shit. Okay, so it's kind of like you don't really see the results of bad decisions until you see a
I
catastrophic
don't
result.
care about bad decisions unless I make them.
I know
Or
because you don't have the foresight to see where it will take you. That's my point.
hey, no. Did
That's
you
what you're
not
missing.
hear did you not hear what I just said? If other people make bad decisions, that's on them. I don't take responsibility for other people's bad decisions. If you didn't notice, I've not done much of a show, haven't talked that much about the Carmelo Anthony thing because it doesn't resonate with me. It wasn't my son. It's a tragedy. I'll lend a couple comments, but I'm not doing a whole show on something that has nothing to do with me. And
Oh, I
pretending
would have summed it up different
I
than that. I
don't
would
know
have said
why
that it's pretty cut and dry.
why can I not finish?
Because I think you're being
Who gives
disingenuous, and you're going to drag it out. That's not
who
why you didn't.
cares?
You didn't because it was obvious.
Are you going to tell me why it
Yes,
didn't
I'm
get it?
telling you.
Well, dude, you think that you know it all. Apparently, the
You
reason
know
I
good
didn't.
and goddamn well there's nothing to discuss about a kid who drives a knife in another man's heart.
You're no.
What is
There's
there to
nothing.
discuss, Stanley? Think of something and tell me,
I
because you know it's
literally
nothing.
told you why I didn't discuss it, and you don't seem to be able to take another black man who doesn't think like you at face value. I'm disingenuous Why would you say that?
No, not in a malicious way. I'm just saying that, yeah, because I really think that you believe that there was nothing to discuss. It's really not. It's nothing there.
If I told you that I don't even care about the Carmelo Anthony case beyond it's an interesting news item, would you believe me?
Absolutely, because I don't care either,
Good. Well, then
honestly.
that's why I didn't do the show because I don't care. I mean, I know it's a tragedy, but to me, it's just a news story. It's not anything to do with the black community or black males or anything like that. I think it was racialized to a
It,
degree it shouldn't have been, but that's really all I think about it.
and I agree with you, and I also just find it interesting as to why it's so interesting to other people who said it wasn't about race, but it's clearly about race because they can't seem to put the shoe on the other foot and say that that's just wrong, and that's all it really is.
Okay, once again, I think it's ridiculous to say that the encounter between Metcalf and Anthony that it was racial. There's a good chance it played into it because of American culture, Texas, the South, and all that. I'm
Yeah.
sure the word might have been used one or two times, but I will say this: race plays a part in everything. I don't think that he was thinking I'm going to kill this white boy. I doubt he was thinking that.
Let's say if, and this is all I'm going to say, all right, and I don't want to spend no time on this because if I was to try kind of find a way to give this kid a benefit of a doubt, which I don't believe because I've been in situations where adrenaline pumps and everything slows down. You make these decisions in split seconds. You know that you have to live with the decisions that you make, and you decided to do that. And
Yeah,
when you had your hand on the hilt of that knife, you
you're
knew.
act- you're acting like this 17-year-old was an experienced man. He wasn't.
Even at 17, I had this. Am I different? Am I some kind of superhero?
You must have been the exception.
Do I have superhuman powers? Because this is something I realized at 17.
Let me
Before that,
say emphatically, you do not.
right? I don't. I don't. I don't even have the greatest vision, but I do know that I've always been in control of my faculties and the way I respond to things. He made a bad
One
decision in a split moment.
thing that I find disturbing in this blackosphere is people want to personalize everything. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. I will always come up in the conversation, whether it's apropos or not. What the fuck do you have to do with what happened in Texas? Nothing. You have no clue what happened. You only know the news reports. I don't even know that I can put my feet in the shoes of Carmelo Anthony. One thing I do know is that kids these days think less racially than I did when I was in school. That's why I'm willing to say there must have been, everything has race involved with it in American culture at some level. But I don't think it was especially racial because kids don't think that way anymore, not 17-year-olds.
No, but you do get
I
small.
happen,
Wait a minute.
I,
Can
I
I
have,
finish? Or you want it?
I
Go
happen
ahead,
to
Stanley.
I happen to have a recent male teenager, so I'm a little bit closer to it than you probably would be.
I have teenagers too, and I also have a male teenager
Are
in
they
my house as
male?
well. Huh?
Are they male?
Yes. My son is 14. He just turned 14. He's got more sense
Oh,
than Carmelo.
yeah, you'd have to. I'm sure you think so. Your son probably has more sense than me in your mind.
No, I wouldn't say that. He's still 14, but he'll tell me about situations where he made split second decisions. That was
Well,
premeditated, if you ask me.
going to say, and this is just kind of a snap judgment. Looking at Carmelo's parents, they didn't seem to be the strongest of parents.
That's what I'm saying. If you start out on Fool's Hill, none of that can be rationalized in your mind. I actually talked to my son, and I believe I trained some type of rationality to where you don't make rash decisions like that. You know that anywhere in that body, if you took a knife and put a knife in somebody's body, they're not going to recover.
He should have walked out when they said and just lived to, beat the dude up another day. He should have gotten up out of there.
I agree with you, and we could leave it right there. Case closed. Anything
No.
other than leaving, he was just dead wrong.
I don't know the circumstances. I didn't even follow the trial. I can understand how, he wanted to stand his ground. That's male behavior at that age. But the bottom line is that sometimes you have to overcome your male instincts. That's where the parenting part comes in. I'm more concerned, from a YouTube perspective, that I didn't think it was because we litigated it at the time it happened. There's no reason for me to spend time on the trial or anything else. I would follow the trial, through the news. I'm interested in the outcome, but as far as following it closely, I didn't think anything particularly new or life-changing, case-altering came out. The verdict might have been a little excessive. He's got together some sort of dream team. They're going to relitigate it if it actually goes to an appeal. And I suspect it won't. I suspect the appeal is going to be shut down, but we'll see.
That appeal will be in a couple years. I don't think there's an appeal going to happen before he spends the first 5 years in prison. I don't know how it works, but I don't think it's going to be something that as soon as they put a case together, they're just going to talk about it.
I don't know. It might be sooner than 5 years because it's kind of a high profile case. But I could be wrong. All right, so we
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's all right. I think we pretty much got the gist of this. I want to show this short right quick. That's gotten quite a little bit of views. I've got like 850 views on it. And by the way, I hope C Moore is listening. Now, my lives don't get a lot of views, but believe it or not, my shorts sometimes get some views. The clips. So let us see here. And then I will move on to news articles. So let's see here. Oh, here it is. This is The Great 12th Man and I. So this is The Great 12th Man and I bantering. Title of this short is Not Knowing Your Place. Y'all black people need to stop fighting or something like that. So I'm definitely interested in your reaction.
Y'all black people stop going at each other. That's
okay. Whoa. Let me pause. Let me pause the show to tell 12th Man it's not your place to make that judgment. Stay out of what you do.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just
Let me interrupt.
My two cents.
Of course, you're going to keep going when I tell you to stay out of it because it's your white privilege to do so, right? Son, you don't want to fuck with me on this. Just heed my warning. You stay out of shit you don't understand and you'll be.
Y'all black people stop going at each other. That's
okay. Whoa. Let me pause. Let me pause the. This was actually shorter than I thought. Show to tell 12th Man it's not your place to make that judgment. Stay out of what you do.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just
Let me interrupt.
My two cents.
Of course, you're going to keep going when I tell you to stay out of it because it's your. Now, let me tell you what's happening here. I had a bunch of people. Let me check the count. This might top 1,000. So far, oh shit. So far, in 7 hours, there are 969 views. And 25 comments, some of them mine. So this might
let's go through them. Let's go through them.
This might actually top 1,000. And let me put it to you this way: I got like 5 subscriptions off of this one fucking video.
Nice. Congratulations.
Well, I've had.
They have no clue what the fuck really goes on over here. Because if they did,
well,
they might be intrigued.
They might be, but they always unsubscribe because I'm so abrasive. But let me say this: I honestly think that people got pissed off. People seem to have gotten pissed off. At least some people have, because I brought up white privilege and just basically shut 12th Man down. There's some people that seem to be really annoyed at what I did, and I think it's hilarious. Like, God damn it.
Nothing like being in the press, good or bad, it's all good. Hey, stop. Give me that.
So how is little Dave?
Man, he's running me rampant. I was
That's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, he's doing it. He's on his job. So I got him a basketball hoop. And he actually plays it.
Like one of those ones with the Nerf ball, the Nerf basketball thing?
Yeah, it's more like little takes. The ball has air in it. When I was younger, it was a foam ball.
You're hanging on the back of the door?
No, it's got its own stand. You fill it with sand or water. Yeah, but he actually plays with that a lot.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had one of those on the stand for a while. And then when my son was young, you can get those clothes hamper basketball things. You know what I'm talking about? You hang it on the back of the door, and it's got the hoop with the net, but it's got the laundry bag right under it, so you can take your clothes and play basketball with the clothes. Have you ever seen
your
those?
socks. Oh yeah, I've seen those. Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, I had that for years. My son actually, I used to have fun with it. Dude, it was awesome.
Yeah, we used to have like full blown like games between me and my brothers with those.
Yeah.
Hey.
You know what? Actually, me, my wife, and my son used to play. we used to play horse. So those are some good memories I hadn't thought about in a while.
Yeah, we sit in the living room now. We all just take turns shooting the ball at the hoop. It's actually been like a family bonding experience. Yeah.
Well, good for you. So these are the comments, and I'm going to read the very first comment. This is a guy named Joshua Madden saying he spoke the truth and it hurts your feelings. Laugh emojis. It's a damn shame, and of course you bring up white privilege to stop somebody from saying the truth, but the truth shall set you free. So that's kind of the tenor of the comments. Now I've gotten quite a number of likes. So, well, actually, I haven't gotten many likes. I've gotten 3 likes out of.
Oh, they've always been stingy with the likes, no matter what you do.
Dude, 3 likes and almost let's just round it up to 1,000. And then another one says, y'all black people need to stop going at each other. That's wit, I'm saying. I guess he meant that's what I'm saying. So, that's been the tenor of it. I haven't had a lot of it that I can tell. Anyway, that's the interesting comments. And I had another guy just, he just fucking look at this shit. And I did have a few comments about this dude. This dude like put in a whole bunch of let's see, where are they? He put in a whole bunch of YouTube videos as evidence to prove his point that black people are violent. And really, my response is, well, you know what? I think the best comment that I told him was the first comment, which was, hold on one second.
You know, you could always preview those videos, and then if you see one you like or you want to have a comment about, you could tag the person that put them in there and just address them directly. Content
Well, I did.
strategy.
Well, I mean, I addressed him directly in the comments. That's I don't need to.
Content strategy.
Okay, say that again.
Content strategy. If he said something or shared a video that was that you had may wanted to respond to him, like, well, what is this about? You dumb fucks come to, you know how you get down. You dumb fucks come to my comments and you leave videos with no context. I don't even know what you're trying to say by putting this on here. Put his name, make a short video of that. He'll see it. That would be awesome. I never had a personalized video to me, but that makes people feel special, no matter how stupid they want to be.
Well, maybe I'll do that. But my initial comment was, well, let me read his initial comment. Where is it? Because there were a bunch of them. So his initial comment, was to another comment. The initial comment is, where's the thumb down button? And my response to that was, please tell me you are blind versus dumb. Like, you can't find the down thumb, it's right there. So I just assumed he was too stupid to find the down thumb. And then there was a third party response to that, which says, please tell me you are rude versus ignorant. So my response to that was, I am rude to stupidity and the presumptuous. Maybe if 12th Man was sober, it might make a difference.
Nice.
and then I sent a second response. You say, wait, hold it. He responds, you say presumptuous, yet the cold hard facts speak for themselves. Black people rape and murder each other much more than any other race and constantly use race as a tool to keep yourselves down at the bottom when the majority of the white race wants what the majority of the white race wants is to live free and safe with you all as friends and family, not enemies. Yet you all keep constantly having the highest rates of crime, and you constantly turn your areas into ghettos and blame everyone else. FFS, for fuck's sake, wake up and start actually trying to live instead of trying to kill each other and anybody else that gets in the way. And forget about race. Our skin color means nothing unless you are a racist, with a little crying emoji. And my response was, the cold hard fact is you are wrong on the numbers. Per capita to the enumerate equals a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. And don't bring stupid plus emotional arguments to me lest they get crushed. So, and it just went off from there. Dude, I'm sorry. This generation of folks seems to think you post like 5 YouTube videos and you win like an empirical point. YouTube videos aren't scientific data. And this actually goes back to this whole MAGA mindset. Well, hey, you know what? It doesn't matter what the experts say. I feel in my heart the madding crowd knows more than some egghead in a lab. And bottom line is that's just not true. Okay, you can't send me these body cam videos and then just say that black people are violent based on 5 YouTube videos. That's not critical thinking, and that's not evidence either. And
No,
like
that's an algorithm.
99% of the arguments that I see on YouTube are not objective, data driven arguments. Almost no one does it. So that's why I mock people. You bring me bullshit, and I'm just gonna fucking mock you.
And just for anybody who doesn't know, that goes for anybody. He does it to his best buddies. He does it to his crushes, his online crushes. They say one thing stupid, you stepped over the gun line.
Better yet, I do it to my son. Don't bring me bullshit arguments. It's a matter of fact.
Yeah, anybody can get it.
Well, what do you mean get it?
No, anybody can get the smoke.
And I asked my son, do you think that I'm old and senile now, apparently? You really think I'm going to buy that argument? Like, let me tell you something, and this is so innocuous. So my son comes to me today and he goes, do you have any AAA batteries? So I looked at him. I'm like, well, why would I have AAA batteries if they're not in, the little cabinet by the back door? I don't have any. So I'm like, well, didn't I buy you rechargeable batteries? I got you like 8 rechargeable batteries. So he goes, they've worn out. I'm like, well, sorry about that. So, and then I'm thinking, I'm like, well, why did you not tell me that they'd worn out? I could have bought some. Even if I order them now, it'll be tomorrow before they get here. You know what his flippant response was? Well, I'm telling you that they're worn out now. That's why. So did you just find out that the rechargeable batteries had worn out today?
Oh yeah. I know you wasn't about to lose. I know that.
Well, no. I mean, did you just find out that the rechargeable batteries aren't working? He stood there for a couple minutes. I'm like, I'm waiting. They just ran out today, huh? So, luckily the workaround is you can get like an emulator. There's an app for that. He likes his little programmable calculator. This will get you through your physics problems till I can get some batteries. But dude, don't come to me and be all flippant. Do you really think you're going to win a dumb argument? Well, that's why I'm here. They wore out. Well, bitch, did you just find they ran out just this minute, huh? You couldn't have told. Don't tell me that you just figured out they don't charge, and I bet they do. I bet what it is he can't find them. He better pray. He better pray I don't find them. They're probably in a drawer somewhere uncharged. But anyway, so no one gets out alive, folks. To Deacon Dave's point, I don't care. Give me stupidity, and I'll just have to respond.
Yep, he's a huge. It puts a smile on his face. Put it like that.
Like the Grinch.
I got to show you my latest project when I get it ready.
Okay. All right. Well, enough of my stupidity in video and dumb short video like comment section battles. Okay. So apparently we are back at war. The Department of War has a job again.
I'll be back. I got to do a store run.
Okay. See you then. So, U.S. Oh boy, hold on one sec here. Put on my glasses. Okay, so U.S. military launches second night of strikes against Iran. Iran has pissed Trump off finally. So, United States launched a second consecutive night of military strikes against Iran on yesterday, aiming to degrade capabilities used to threaten freedom of navigation uh, in the Strait of Hormuz. Why didn't we already do that? I don't even understand why that wasn't done in the first place. What the fuck have we been doing for 2 months? They still have capabilities. And, I would think that would be one of the like primary targets on the first night is to, freedom of navigation has always been like a priority of seafaring nations, freedom of navigation. And I would think that taking out the capabilities of depriving freedom of navigation would have been one of the primary targets of almost any mission. I guess maybe the primary would have been, taking care of anything that could be launched towards Israel. I can see that as a first priority, but a strong second priority would have been freedom of navigation. Um, Trump, this Iran war is a fail. And, my father would say, do it right the first time, or don't do it at all. And in this case, Trump should have never done it at all. He's not good at this, and neither is Pete Hegseth. So, next story, Trump sins. Is that in the right order? Yeah, I guess. Not too many news stories tonight because I really didn't feel like looking at the news. So Trump sends new 747 serving as Air Force One to England for military tours. So Trump received a $400 million emolument from the Qatari government, used it one time, and then sent it to to England for tours. This dude is just a weirdo. Let's do this. Apparently he sent it over Mount Rushmore. Of course he would. Why wouldn't he? So let's watch this. Nothing like a plane flying over the mountains to get that crowd in the mood for a very boring and bad speech. So let's listen to this story from USA Today.
President Donald Trump announced he would send the contentious presidential jet he received from Qatar, which is called Air Force One, for a military tour in England. The new plane is being sent to Mildenhall Air Force Base in the United Kingdom to honor our brave men and women of the military and to give them a chance to tour the aircraft, Trump said on social media July 8th. Everybody is so excited, and we thought that they should be the first. We have it going to Europe to a couple of bases so the soldiers can see it because it's truly magnificent, Trump told reporters at a NATO conference in Ankara, Turkey. Start the day smarter. Get all the news you need in your inbox each morning. Trump plans to fly an older version of the Boeing 747 to England from the NATO conference he attended in Turkey. The new plane has generated bipartisan controversy because the Qatari royal family donated the $400 million plane in May 2025. Democrats have called it an unacceptable gift from a foreign government that is barred by the Constitution as what is called an emolument. But Trump directed the Defense Department to accept it and refurbish it for presidential use. The plane required extensive additional work to meet security and technical standards to become Air Force One. The Boeing 747B, which stands for Bridge between the traditional presidential planes and newer ones that are still being built, replaced a Boeing 747-200 that was completed in 1990. The aged aircraft had served as Air Force One for 6 presidents, dating back to George H.W. Bush. A reporter traveling with Trump in June who toured the new plane said it featured leather seats and round and square tables in light tan. The walls were decorated in tans, light browns, and shades of gold, with plenty of brown wooden paneling, cabinets, and credenzas. There was a sizable conference room with at least 4 light tan leather captain's chairs around a square desk and a large TV on one wall.
Let me stop this right here. Now, there is an actual kind of a valid reason that he has gone back to the old plane. And both planes apparently flew to, I think it was Germany or wherever it is he is. But there's a bad reason. It's an understandable reason, but it's a bad reason. Apparently, there's some equipment or some countermeasures, like missile countermeasures. He went to Turkey. Apparently, the old plane has what they need to get him to his next destination safely. Communications were something that was mentioned in the story I saw, as well as like missile countermeasures. So, it's almost like, the kid with a new car, hey, I know, we need to put new tailpipes on it or something, but I want to drive it this weekend, Dad. That's kind of what this is. Trump is a fucking child. And, I'd be kind of excited if I got a fancy new plane, so I can understand it. But dude, he's the president of the United States. You want to fly the secure platform, the more secure platform, the tried and true platform, because you're president, and really it's not even about you preserving yourself. You are here for the country, and Trump can't even do that right. The people who voted for Donald Trump really need to be held accountable, if only for ridicule. Hey, other than my ridicule, that should be your biggest punishment. I need y'all to line up, all 47 million of you, just line up into the chat, 47 million people in my chat, and you can come up one at a time for me to mock you. Bad decision. Idiot decision. And Trump is just an objectively bad president. He ain't for us. He's for his family and himself. All right, next story. U.S. Olympian David Hearn pleads not guilty to charges in reflecting pool vandalism case. I'd be surprised. They got the indictment, but I'd be surprised if it makes it even to court or even to trial. But if it does, I don't think a jury, I think this is going to go the way of the sandwich bomber or whatever they called him. The guy who threw a sandwich at I don't know, it was like a ICE agent or something. And Janine Pirro indicted him, and the jury just fucking found him innocent and he walked. I think something similar is going to happen. Not least of all, because Trump's Justice Department has proven itself very incompetent. They love to take shortcuts because they think judges are going to be intimidated by Donald Trump. I don't even know why, they want to make a big deal out of it. A lot of this stuff that goes on, a lot of this petty stuff, Trump probably doesn't even know about a lot of it. People are just doing it, trying to curry favor with Trump, which I don't understand. And I think you're going to see less and less of it over the next 2 years because Trump is a lame duck. You're already starting to see the Senate kind of buck against Trump's wishes. Um, Trump's a lame duck. He's 2 years in. He's going to be a lamer duck if the House goes Democratic. I don't think the Senate's going to go Democratic, after this Plattner business. But I think there's a real chance that the House will, despite all the cheating, basically, that Donald Trump wants to implement. So let's see, what else? This is interesting. So, a plaintiff for anti-vaccine group suit is charged with murder of twins. So basically, there's a lady who blamed the death of her twins on vaccines and filed a lawsuit. And well, you know what? After further inspection of evidence, she's been charged with murder. she We'll see how this turns out, but that's a dramatic shift. She's sued because of vaccines killed her twins to, oh, no, we think it was you. and the funny thing is the group that filed the suit on behalf of this mother, Robert F. Kennedy backed. Awesome. Robert F. Kennedy's a loser too. He's might be crazier than Trump, though. Now, this is going to be something that will warm the hearts of all the little complaining millennials in this audience. Hey, Tamika, you know what? I didn't even see you there. How you doing? Well, let's see what's going on in the chat here. What's up, Lim? What are you on about here? Well, it's good to see Mariah here, the voice of reason in the chat. So boomers' massive wealth will mostly be passed down to people who are already rich. See? Ooh, I'll hear people, cellulite is actually like comes to mind about why aren't the boomers leaving us their money? Well, to my point, which I thought I made effectively, was like black people aren't that rich on average. Wealth tends to go to kids who are probably already rich. So this article just kind of, puts a point on what I was saying. Black people on average are 10 times less wealthy generationally. So whatever money that gets left, it'll be rich people, even in the black community, leaving it to their kids who probably are well educated and fairly well off. Poor people don't have money, and they have no money to leave. Boomers' massive wealth will mostly be passed down to people who are already rich. Poverty begets poverty because there's no wealth to pass down. It's been that way time immemorial. And it happens in the white community too. It's just higher per capita in minority demographics. So let's listen to a little bit of this. And of course, there'll be a commercial
where everyone knows your name, your story, and the name of. From free checking to your next car or home, we've got everything you need. But most importantly,
You're listening to Boomers' Massive Wealth will mostly be passed down to people who are already rich. A news story written by Rachel Lerman and read by Helen, an AI-generated voice. Baby boomers are set to pass trillions of dollars onto their heirs in the next 2 decades. But the huge transfer of riches will mostly benefit Gen X and millennial heirs who are already wealthy. A new analysis from Visa Business and Economic Insights finds that boomers, born between 1946 to 1964, will pass on $36 trillion in wealth to their younger heirs over the next 20 years. Nearly 3/4 of households receiving an inheritance will be in the top echelon of wealth in the country when they receive the money, Visa estimates. Gen Xers and millennials were born between 1965 and 1996. Often called the Great Wealth Transfer, the inheritances are expected to be the largest passage of generational wealth in history, given the massive size of the baby boomer population and their wealth. Baby boomers are sitting on about $93 trillion worth of assets, according to Visa's analysis. Only about 8.6% of that, or roughly $8 trillion, is expected to be spent into the economy after it is inherited. $8 trillion is nothing to sneeze at, Visa chief economist Wayne Best said. But that spending number has been whittled down quite a bit from the starting wealth. Visa calculated that about $36 trillion would be passed from boomers to their heirs, after subtracting liabilities such as mortgages, as well as retirement spending and taxes. That works out to about $515,000 per inheriting household, but the inheritances will be uneven. The richest boomers have the most to give away. Visa found that those in the 90th to the 99th percentiles of boomers held some $44 trillion in wealth. Meanwhile, the bottom 90% of boomer households hold just $16 trillion in wealth. Since most inheritances are coming from wealthy boomers, their heirs are more likely to be wealthy as well. Lower wealth boomers will need to use more of their savings to pay for housing, healthcare, and other needs, while wealthier households can save more to pass on. The bulk of that money will flow to people who are worth far more than the average, and that means much of it will be saved or invested rather than spent. Wealthier Americans are going to be putting that money into the stock market or real estate, said Jeremy Ney, a professor at Columbia University's Business School and writer of the American Inequality newsletter. It doesn't buy groceries or cars, it just changes your accountant's week. It could also widen gaps between lower wealth and higher wealth Americans, Ney said, which have already been accelerating. The $8 trillion in spending is still expected to boost the economy. Visa estimates it will bump annual consumer spending growth over the next 20 years from 2% to 2.1%. Much of that money will be spent on housing or new cars, as well as on travel and retail. One reason that the transferred wealth will flow to the already wealthy might be because people are living longer, and therefore passing their money down to heirs who are already in their 50s or 60s. Noted Jonathan Parker, a professor of financial economics and co-director of the MIT Sloan Consumer Finance Initiative. Those heirs have had more time to accumulate wealth than they would have if they had inherited in their 20s or 30s. There are tax incentive reasons to wait and
Yeah, I'm going to stop this right here. So all these fucking idiots talking about, well, the boomers. Oh, I blame it on the boomers. Why can't they leave their money to me? Well, apparently boomers living longer, they need the money for medical bills are expensive, and the older you get, the more medical bills you're gonna have. My parents were and are perfect example. They need their money. And I'm in my 60s. Um, most of the kids that are going to inherit money are going to be older and already fairly successful. Where millennials want to blame everything on the boomers because there's no money to pass down. Sorry to tell y'all, folks, but black people were never boomers, like economic boomers in the first place. And number two, you never had an argument in the first place. Uh, First off, generational arguments are like it's stereotype. Okay, blaming all black people for crime in the black community is dumb. Blaming all boomers for whatever you think are the problems is dumb. Why? I just don't understand why people they feel an argument, so they spout it without any sort of evidence to even back up their opinion. It's kind of bad form, in my opinion. Hey, Tamika. How are you? Ooh, you're all
Can you
up
get on
today.
camera? I'm fine.
You're a little low.
I'm all caught up today.
Oh, are you?
You
Now,
can't hear me at all?
no, I can hear you now. but there might be a delay. Oop. Oh boy. And then she was kind of, I don't know whether it's because she's in low light or whether she's actually doing black and white, but damn. There she is. Hey there.
Hi. Okay, so what did you say again?
I'm sorry, saying what?
You can't hear me at all?
I can hear you. There's a slight delay, but we can probably work with it. Oh my Lord. What's going on here? Hey, Tamika, if you can hear me, you might want to just not do the video. Just come up with your avatar. It seems you may have a connection problem or something, or a data flow problem. So just come up without the camera, though. I'll be deprived. I'll feel deprived of your beauty, but we'll work through it. So there's the boomer argument, and I knew it was a bad argument to start with. And thank you, Washington Post, for confirming my suspicions. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, folks, and this is the wrong place to come up if you only have a little knowledge. Now, some people, if you're educated enough, can take a little knowledge and actually do permutations forward and kind of predict where the data might lead you. But you got to know how to deal with data. You got to know enough to project at least close. You can estimate. Like sometimes if you're good with numbers, I'm good with numbers, but I can't always do big numbers in my head like multiplication or division. I have to break them down and do it in a process. Some people can just see the number and just automatically know. My son's like that. I am not. But I'm good at estimating. So some people don't know how to mix polemics with actual data sets. They don't know how to add a narrative to numbers and then come up with a polemic. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say 99% of the people I run into day to day on YouTube don't know how to do it. They're horrible at it. And the ones who do know how to do it aren't panel people. they languish. They languish in their shyness, but they're right in the chat. You know, they come up with correct conclusions in the chat. Like, you know, Khan Shanery does it all the time. He just comes up with stuff. And then, you know, you got to read the chat to hear his wisdom or read his wisdom because he's not a panel person. So we are deprived. All right. So, and I was hoping Dave would be back by now, but alas, he is not. Probably taking care of little Dave. So, oh, and by the way, all the links are in the show notes. I usually put them there. Sometimes on Saturdays, I'm a little lax because that's kind of my fuckery day. But most times these stories and videos and stuff are in the chat for you to explore on your own, or, you know, even maybe later come back and comment on. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the chat, and believe it or not, we got like 5 new members today, or subscribers today. And congratulations, everyone. Congratulations to 12th Man. That short that I was talking about a bit ago, we got over 1,000 views on it now. So 1,000 for a Stanley clip. is actually kind of viral. It's a low key viral, but 1,000 you're not going to snicker at. And then I have another video that's right now around 500. So about 1,500 views, just people are getting on the chat. Now, the reason I bring this up is Seymour keeps telling me that I don't get views and stuff. 1,000. This short is barely over 30 seconds and it's got 1,000 views. So it does happen occasionally, not every night, not on my lives. And the bad thing is I like lives better than editing. If I were worth a shit, I just record the show, edit it, and put it up. But I don't like editing, so lives are just better for me. Plus, I get to cut up and talk to Tamika. So, how you doing?
I'm fine. I wanted to talk on camera so I could take a picture of us. Oh.
So you can you can try it. You got a stable connection, and
I
sometimes
restarted my modem
your modem.
or whatever.
Please
it's
tell
called.
me you're not using a modem. Is it a router, like a wireless router?
It's one of them.
Well, try the video now.
Okay.
Because I mean, you've been up here and been fine with the audio and video. Yeah, you look more real time. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You're slightly delayed, but not bad, like a couple seconds. So it's good. So let me ask you a question. Are you in low light, or is this a deliberate black and white sort of choice?
I think it's deliberate, and then I am in low light. I'm in my living room, but I got the curtains.
Well, no,
closed.
keep it like it is. I'm gonna tell you right now, and this is good. You may not even with this hairdo and all. You actually remind me of. Have you ever seen Breakfast? Breakfast. What is it? Breakfast at Tiffany's.
With Katharine Hepburn.
No, it's not Katharine Hepburn. It's Audrey Hepburn.
Audrey Hepburn. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That hair, the way you look right now and the shape of your face, it actually you actually remind me of Audrey Hepburn. It's a compliment.
Oh, pretty.
So, yeah, you should always do black and white. You actually look awesome.
Oh, thank you, Stanley.
Yes,
so, are you
ma'am.
going to get on camera now so I can take the picture? Because I just opened my.
Oh
screen.
no! I'd have to go comb my hair. I did tell you I would do that, didn't I?
Yeah, yesterday, and you didn't. You went fishing.
Well, no, I didn't. Well, I did it on another show. I meant if I did a show, I'm gonna have to take a rain check. I'm gonna have to take a rain check, and I'm sorry to disappoint. You should have emailed me. I would have been ready.
I couldn't even find what email address I was talking to you on.
It's the Stanley versus the World email address.
No, I was talking about mine. Because I got a whole bunch of them. I was trying to go back to it.
Well, if I email you, will you be able to find it?
Yeah, you gotta email me first.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Okay.
I now I feel bad. I was actually feeling like, hey, this is fun, and god damn it, I hate disappointing people, but
It's okay.
I almost didn't do a show today because I was out in the heat yesterday, and I don't know, I am getting old. Let's see here. The other thing I'm about to do is move over to my son's used iPhone. Hey, you know what? It's an iPhone 13 and it's a free phone. It's already paid for. And he got a new phone, and for some reason or another, apparently he thinks he's rich. He didn't turn in his old phone at the Apple store, which is crazy. Like, I was like, what? You could have gotten maybe a couple $100 off because he got an iPhone 16, and at the time, this is maybe over a year ago, and he had an iPhone 13. That's like 3 versions back. He would have gotten a couple bucks for it.
Now you ain't gonna get nothing.
Well, no, Daddy doesn't have to spend $800 on a new Pixel. So it worked out well. Let's see, TMKC. There we are. Okay. All right, so oops. All right, so it's on the way, the email is. But I was hoping Deacon Dave would come back up because this is regarding that story that Stacy Patton did. I couldn't remember her last name. That picture of the young lady on the Washington Metro with all the Patriot front dudes and the poo shiesties in the hat. They're kind of in a uniform. Just bring it up on the big screen. So this is what happened. The conservatives, or let's just blame it on MAGA, they went and from the picture went and apparently she's got a mugshot. So of course they're going to do that. So what they will do is basically bring up people's criminal records. Now this girl isn't committing a crime. She's sitting there with all these white supremacists on the DC Metro. And instead of just saying, well, hey, I can understand why a young lady might be scared in a train car full of men in poo shiesties, they're going to go and look up her criminal record. And Stacy Patton, who is a professor at Morgan State University, I know she's got a PhD in history, but I can't remember. I think she might teach communications or propaganda. Her specialty is like propaganda or something. So I think she's maybe in the African American Studies department at Morgan State University in Baltimore. But the title of this, a DC Metro car filled with masked white supremacists and the right wing hunted down the black woman's mugshot. So, black woman, of course, we're going to go look to see if she has a criminal record, which is whataboutism, which is moving the goalpost. But you know what? That's what they do with black people. And people like Deacon Dave and SKC and CT, they're going to go, well, you know what? Number one, they're not white supremacists, and they should have done that because black people are X, the anti-black blacks. So let's listen to what Stacy Patton has to say.
A DC Metro car filled with masked white supremacists, and the right wing hunted down the black woman's mugshot. By Dr. Stacy Patton. Y'all look at this sickness. Come, let me show y'all just how low racists will go to destroy a black woman's symbolic power, and how the right-wing machinery tries to protect white supremacy from being seen clearly as the evil that it is. So, on July 4th, a black woman sat on a DC Metro train surrounded by a whole mass of masked white supremacists. And what did the right-wing degenerates do? They went digging through her life for a mugshot. Not the white men hiding their faces. Not the fascists carrying Confederate flags. Not the musty patriots marching through the nation's capital like they owned it while trying to publicly intimidate folks. They didn't dig for the names of the masked men, or their employers, their churches, military affiliations, police departments, or group chats, or their wives and girlfriends and parents who pretend not to know what kind of men they raised, married, hired, or sit next to at Thanksgiving. Nope. They couldn't morally defend a train car full of masked white racists, so they did what racists always do. They went hunting for a black woman's record to retroactively make her unworthy of empathy. Reuters identified her only as a commuter, and mainstream reports did not name her. I'm not going to either. Since that photo captured by Cheney or went viral, with lots of folks calling it a candidate for a Pulitzer, right-wing doxing accounts are now claiming that she was once arrested for indecent exposure on a train. And so what? IDGF. Tell me, even if that claim is true, what exactly is it supposed to change about what we saw? Was she exposing herself in that photograph? Was she threatening anybody? Was she marching in fascist formation? Was she wearing a mask to conceal her identity while participating in a public intimidation ritual? Was she carrying a Confederate flag through the nation's capital on the 4th of July? No, her alleged record has nothing to do with the public meaning of that photograph. The white supremacists were the story. She was sitting on a train, minding her black business, trying to get wherever the hell she was going to survive another ordinary day in a city that already asks too much of black folks. She didn't wake up that morning to become a national symbol. She didn't board that train to become somebody's viral photograph, political argument, or proof of America's racial rot. That is what makes this right-wing move so freaking depraved. They can't defend the image, so they defile the witness instead. They can't make masked white supremacists look normal, so they tried to make this black woman look like the criminal. The racial scavenging is so predictable and tired AF. It's an old American ritual. When white men terrorize folk, go find something wrong with the black person nearby. Find a record. Find a mugshot. Find a rumor. Find a school suspension. Find a bad photo. Find an old arrest. Find anything that can be dragged into the public square and used to say, see? See?
Well, I'm glad you made it back.
This is so fucking funny, bro. These opinion pieces you play are they're so pathetic. Like, you can hear the AI voice just with so much attitude.
Well, one of the things that I've noticed about MAGA blacks is they always go for everything but the message. Like if I play, I don't know, Cornel West talking to Coleman Hughes, people will
I saw that. I didn't get to watch that.
Well, it's online. Just type in conversations with Coleman and you can watch the whole interview. He's on YouTube.
Did you watch the interview?
Yeah, I watched it on the show day before yesterday. Well, watched the whole thing. Oh, pretty much the whole thing. And Cornel West took Coleman Hughes to school. Coleman Hughes is he's very, it's not that he's dumb, he's just callow. Look up the word callow, CALLOW. It's actually a word.
Okay.
He's a callow young fella, and he doesn't measure up he wants to be a public intellectual, and he doesn't have the depth of knowledge or the experience. Cornel West has it like decades upon decades. He's even run for president.
Something tells me he put on a show without substance.
You know what? Actually, who did? Cornel West?
Yeah, that's my first initial thoughts when I seen the thumbnail.
All I have to say is Cornel West. He's the only black philosopher that I know that they teach the book he wrote in philosophy classes. He wrote like an acknowledged classic of philosophy. Like it's taught in schools.
Oh, that's good.
Well, ooh, that's good. Ooh, a black man wrote a classic philosophy text. That's good. It wasn't a rap song, though.
I mean, I don't know
It's,
what you're expecting
it's
me to say. I mean,
that's what
that's cool.
I'm expecting you to, since you want to racialize everything, be proud of the he is an example of the race. You're a race man.
He's a he's a poor righteous teacher.
Right. So anyway, what's happened here? I'm not gonna even follow up that. What they have done to this girl that was sitting in that metro train car with all the white supremacists is they went and looked up. Apparently, they used her photo, used that photo to look up a mugshot. So apparently, she's been in trouble before. So what they do is move the argument from the original photo to going, oh well, why is she afraid she's a criminal? I don't get why they would even do this. What point does it serve other than to satisfy the urge to be racist? Anyone who says America is not a fundamentally racist culture, they're fooling themselves. People keep going, well, oh, if you bring up race, you're a racist. Well, to a certain extent, they're right, but I'm just pointing out the racist behaviors. Doesn't
So look,
mean that I buy the argument. I don't think black people are one way because they're black. I don't think white people are that way because they're white. That's why I don't consider myself a racist. You have to prove yourself stupid. I'll give you a chance, and once you're stupid, now I will say I do reconsider. Like I'll give you the example of Chanel and Creative Solutions. I was thinking one way, and you know what? After interacting with them, and I will also say, really, the bulk of the problem was me. I
what
will,
for
I will
being there?
admit, no, because I just cut up, and sometimes you have to ease people into your foolishness, and I just kind of went
Right.
in there. Now I'm going to say this, and I don't mean it sexually, so y'all don't think that. I went in there raw. I went in there without a filter. I was just going to
Ew.
be me,
I
but
knew
I
somebody
didn't
would.
mean it. I didn't mean it that way.
No, no,
I went in there. I went in there like I would have on this show. This show, I don't do filters. I went there thinking my personality and my cleverness, my humor would carry me through, and I bombed.
if you could
So,
self-reflect, man, you might end up being dangerous.
well, I've never not been able to I've never. I can self-reflect. As a matter of fact, I spend most of my day doing that. However, I sometimes I get better with hindsight. I did go in there a little hot, and I shouldn't have done it. However, now I'm not apologizing. I'm just saying I would have done it differently.
Right.
But
Now you're thinking of strategy. I get it.
in the end, now the second time I went up there, I didn't go in hot. Now I did tell them I was going to be myself, but I was more restrained, and I seem to have been appreciated a bit more. As a matter of fact, um, I next day, Creative Solutions was in the chat. So,
Learning
I made a
experience.
I made a
See,
mistake.
no, you've seen the power of reviewing your own film. Now you can evaluate what you did and have
Well,
a
I have to
different
give
approach.
credit to Midas. He's the one who reviewed it. I never would have.
Oh yeah. He forced you to, but nevertheless, you did get to see your own game footage.
Right. And I'm not above saying, hey, I went too far. It was a mistake. But I don't know that I should apologize because I went in Don't apologize for mistakes, because I don't think I did lasting damage, but do correct your behavior. Because I still think I was pretty funny. However,
Yeah,
the
you have
behavior,
that naturally. You could never not. Sorry for the double negative, but
well, that's all right.
you,
But the behavior needed to change, and I changed it. And, every man should be able to course correct. And, I still have the criticism of Chanel, but in the way I critique or criticize, I need to be gentler.
that's good. That's a good thing, I guess.
Well,
I don't know. I
Tamika,
want you to. I
did you
want you to
see?
be who you are. But go ahead.
Well, I can be restrained. It's not really deviating. It's just controlling it better. I'm still the water faucet. I just dial back the amount of water.
Change the volume. Nice.
Well, Tamika, did you see any of that footage of, me on the ladies panel?
A little bit, but not for real. Because somebody kept pausing it. I don't know where I was.
No, it was me pausing it probably. Or who knows? It's over now, and to be honest, I almost never go back. Like, I should really review my time on Nidus's panel day before yesterday. And that's part of the reason I didn't do a show yesterday. I'm just, I did CM's panel for
Oh
a
yeah,
while.
you were up all morning. Early
Yeah,
morning.
and I was in the mood to do it, but I needed a break. You can kind of do too much, and I did too much.
Yeah, and this morning Bomb Cherry and Taz and Hood
Oh, I
Service.
would be there
His
for
name changed to Hello Kitty.
that actually surprised me.
Yeah, what you got against Chris Herbert? He's a good guy.
That's your
Hood
boyfriend.
Conservative is a bitter young man, and I think he gets women wrong. I think he hates black women. I don't think
He does.
something happened to him, and I've known Hood Conservative for maybe 3, maybe even 4 years now. I don't hate Hood Conservative. I just think that how can he have daughters and be this like toxic?
Toxic?
Oh, I think he is more than toxic. I think he's radioactive.
Mm. I
He
think you're
is.
confusing. I think you're confusing a personal
No,
attack
see,
with a political attack. That's two different
this is
things.
not how you critique. Honestly, and I don't mean to toot my own horn. Do you honestly think I'm confusing terms?
Oh, hold on. Somebody got something playing in the background. I keep hearing double.
I literally seek to be precise in my language when I think about what I'm saying. And when I say he is more than toxic, he's radioactive. Do you understand that radioactive versus toxicity? Toxicity can be a slow poison. You might die over hours, days, weeks, or a year. Radioactive, you'll be gone for hours.
Out the pores is coming.
You can't.
I don't know. I find it common that people. Wait a minute, can I speak? Can I say something?
Got a degree in chemistry. Let me make a chemistry analogy.
For the first time since you got that degree, go ahead.
Sometimes with toxicity, you can reverse the toxicity. You can't reverse radiation. It's done. You're cooked, literally. So sometimes toxicity you can recover from. Radioactive, like exposure to high radiation, nah, you're done.
You may have missed the moment in in the show on Nightish today when Hood Conservative and Taz were coming at each other, but then it just died down. There was something that happened.
It really
There was
wasn't
something that happened. No, it wasn't. It was mild because it was so quick that you may have missed it. There was a moment of mutual respect that happened when you could tell that Taz understood that there was a point where he missed the context when after they debated the points, they came to the same conclusion. So maybe he joined in the middle of the conversation and just took in one way instead of the holistic, the whole, not holistic, but the whole point got across.
Well, let me tell you something. When you're knee deep into an argument and you really, and it's really something I need to work on, you will miss context. It's really weird. And I'm just going to talk about me. I get so focused in like a missile. I'm going to destroy my target. You will miss context if you get too focused in. And, I got to work on that too. So I understand how Taz might have missed it because the thing is that doesn't, just because you miss the context of, what your intellectual foe says, that doesn't make your foe smarter or better or anything like that. It just means you miss the context.
Yeah, but if you miss the context and you go up and you're debating the parts that you do understand and not the parts that you don't, you're going to waste a lot of time.
Well, let me put it to you this way. This is a very different perspective on the same topic. Hold on one sec, Tamika, and then you can just have the floor. The only reason I hate missing context is the context just gives me more ammunition to prove that you're stupid. Okay. I don't think Hood Conservative has good context and actual like ideas that'll make you go, and I'm being a little bit unkind, maybe 5% of the time. 95% of the time, Hood Conservative repeats himself or he recycles dumb ideas, trying to give them a fresh coat of icing. Hood Conservative is not that bright.
No, I know what you're saying by that. That makes perfect sense. But I give the guy credit for trying because a lot of people. Well, the way my mind works kind of coincides with his approach to certain things. Yeah, sure. Yeah, my train rolls downhill, not uphill. Okay, so it doesn't really need a lot of power. If I give it power, it would be dangerous.
All right, well, Tamika, what say you? You have the whole floor, ma'am.
Yay! Do I still have a delay?
No, you're good.
No, you sound good.
Okay.
Without the video, you actually, and I wish you could have the video. No, have the floor. Go ahead.
So,
and you're not delayed.
So how do they know who this lady was when they were on the train? Like, did they see something with her name?
They basically used her picture. Their video archives, like face matching and all that stuff. You can do that.
No, they do it with everybody. You know how I know they do it with everybody? When Kyle Rittenhouse shot those guys, they even checked the guys that got shot, and they ended up being the right guys to shoot.
Well, yeah, the thing is that you know what Google Lens is? And there's an Apple version. I use it all the
time. Yeah, me too. I use that all the time.
Well, let me tell you two things about it. To me, that is Star Trek. You remember when Spock would take his tricorder, he would analyze something, and he'd get all this data about it? That's what Google Lens is to me. I had this spider, this big, beautiful, colorful spider on my porch, wove this big web. So I took my phone and did a Google Lens. Turns out it's a banana spider. And you know, in this part of banana spiders kind of took over.
Funny. I got a story.
Well, hold on one sec. Let me finish this one. We have tricorders Our cell phones are Star Trek and beyond. You analyze some shit, like analyze a leaf, and depending on the app that you're using, and probably this, of course, is not an original idea, but it does fascinate how something from Star Trek or Star Wars, we're actually living that with our fucking phones. Dude, you can analyze shit and just pretend you're Spock. Well, Captain, that's a banana spider.
Oh, absolutely. My father told me this. I thought he was effing lying. Was he likes to look, he's got a sense of humor. He said that if you smile at a banana spider, it'll draw your teeth in the web. Now you won't be able to find that on Google.
Well, is it true?
You should try it.
Well, I haven't. This is like a couple of years ago.
And I know it sounds like I'm sending you on a dummy mission because that's the first thing I thought when my father told me.
I'll test it out. Now, is it Halloween? Is it Halloween when you do it?
No, no. This is anytime they catch something in the web, they tear the web and then they patch it. I don't know if you ever seen like a patch on a banana spider web. Well, have you?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The banana spider, they're the spider. They sit on they usually do their web.
I mean, I know it because they got this bright yellow.
Yeah, and they got two legs at the top on each side and two legs together at the bottom. They just sit in the middle of the web. If you smile at it, it will draw the shape of your teeth.
Why?
I have no idea.
All right. Well, next time, I mean, this web took up a space that was probably 4x4, maybe even a bit larger, 4x4, and it was on the left side of the porch. So anything that was like any fucking insect or person, for that matter, that was coming through there, they were going to catch that spider web. So, person can get through it. Insects will not. So anyway,
they get pretty big too.
Tamika's probably busy. Let me tell you something. Go back, replay some of this video. That woman is dangerously cute. So,
Tamika?
Yeah, ridiculous. Like, thank God I'm old. Back in the day when you're young, 50% of your blood is testosterone. It kind of, gets less and less as you get older.
That's a fact.
So Aruella says, I don't know. Is this a question, Aruella? She says, bringing up the mugshot to deflect from the bus incident. It's not a bus. It's a metro car, a train, like a metro train car, and attack her character. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And the left does it too, but it's the specialty of the right. And mostly it's pure whataboutism. Like, hey, your picture paints one picture, but she's a criminal. They did the same thing with pretty much all these famous. They did it with Ahmaud Arbery. They did it with Trayvon Martin. And see, here's the narrative, and it's almost very Christian, biblical, whatever you want to call it. Hey, they deserve what they got because their criminal record, etc. And that is it's un-American, but it's very Christian. So that right there, the dichotomy there is essentially, rhetorical proof, at least, that America's not a Christian country. You can't be a pure Christian country, at least Old Testament, where you get what you deserve, versus New Testament and America is a country that believes in second chances. If America is a Christian country, it is a New Testament country. Christianity's New Testament is not really that much Old Testament, but evangelicals can't fucking even figure that part out. Jesus was not an avenger. He wasn't all turning over the money lenders' tables. And that's what these evangelicals can't. I don't think evangelicals do a good job of embracing the spirit of Jesus, the New Testament. It's all brimstone, but no, loaves and fishes.
Can I say something real quick? I don't think that this is as political as we make this out to be when they do these background checks. I literally believe they do it for everybody.
Wait, hold it. What do you believe goes for everybody? But first, tell me why this isn't political. It's political to start.
I think that's the propaganda.
Stacey Patton was being political, so how is the response not political?
Wait a minute. In general, both sides. I don't know what the hell that got to do with what I'm saying right now.
It has everything to do.
Okay, well, explain to me how that has anything to do with what I'm saying.
You don't think Stacey Patton was being political when she posted this picture? And other people did, by the way, too. How is that not political?
Yeah, and that was part of it. Who posted it? Who was the first one to release this information? Like it's
people who posted it on the left. My question to you, and let's start from there. Race, you can have your thoughts, but let's frame this conversation so it's productive. How is
I was not prepared to do all that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make my statement.
No,
you want me to frame it from where you can understand it? Is that what you're doing?
Show not get respect when he's asking a question. Can you answer me that? Why or
I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Political. Sounds political.
They're making it political.
Yes,
for propaganda purposes because it gets the people going.
No, they're not making it political. It was political from the get-go. It was always political.
So if you're going to go there before I make my statement, so what do these white supremacists represent?
Statement seems to be more important than my statement. How does that work?
What is it, Stanley? Your statement is just out of left field. It's more gish gallop. No. I'm trying to just make a statement, period. But then you want me to acknowledge Stacey Patton, and that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
We're not on equal footing here. Please realize this.
That has nothing to do with it either. I'm trying to get understanding. I'm literally trying to get understanding.
Okay, well, how about let me make my point? You're saying they're making it political, and I'm saying it was always political. You can't make something political that at the start was political. More political, maybe, but it was already political. She literally is talking about Patriot Front on the way to march at a July 4th parade or something. The whole thing, the picture, the original picture is political. You can't make something political if it's already political. It is political, is my point. You there?
Yeah. Okay, it's political. What is the point?
You don't believe that it was political.
You believe that, I don't. But go ahead.
Okay, what is Patriot Front going to march in Washington on July 4th? Is it cultural?
Yeah, it's white supremacists. Where white culture is what they want to
Is
preserve.
literally
I mean, I'm just saying, does it matter? Does it matter?
okay. Yes, it matters. God damn it, it mattered enough for you to come up here and say they're making it political.
I'm talking about the girl's background. What are you talking about?
That's political too. You're saying the right made it political?
I'm saying that one side will make the other side, they will put the words in the other side's mouth saying that it is a political thing because she's offended. I don't get what the point of this is. I really
You
don't.
don't even know what your own argument is the problem.
No, you got me thrown off. I was just making a statement. It has nothing to do with this little conversation is going. What are you talking about?
Little trick that I've learned over the years.
Yeah, tell me this trick because you're just trying to pull one and it don't really be landing.
Y'all always hear me say that, hey, this person has no clue what their own argument is. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
I say it all the time about people who wander to this panel and start bullshitting. If you are very sure of your point, me throwing you off is not going to set you off course. You didn't have a good cogent argument, and I was able to throw you off by destroying your premise at the outset. Your point about, okay, let me finish this because this is a teaching moment. You say that they're making it political. My response is, when was it not political? And that threw you up. That threw you for a loop. And let me tell you why it threw you for a loop. You weren't expecting me to admit, and it's really not an admission. It's obvious to me that Stacey Patton was political when she posted the essay. And this is her second essay, by the way, on the topic. Yeah, of course it's political. What else would it be?
I wasn't talking about Stacey Patton. You brought up Stacey Patton.
It's actually the truth.
Sorry, say it again. Because for some reason your voice keeps turning down, and I don't understand what's going on here.
And you wanted to swoop in and say, "Oh, they're making it political." Dude, that's that Fox News bullshit. It's
not. No, it's not. It's really not. It's really simple. You're not going to let me get to it because you think your point is more superior than mine, and it's just like silly. And it's a waste of time.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give you DEI. I'm gonna give you polemical DEI and let you develop your argument. Then I'm gonna come right back and destroy it. It's gonna get destroyed before, after, during, but I'm gonna give you your chance just to make you feel better. But your argument will be destroyed because you don't know your own argument. But I know your argument.
Okay, what's my argument?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, so you don't know my argument then, right?
Your argument is that they're making something political.
What are they making political?
They're not making anything political. You can't make something that's intrinsically political. It's already political. It's like making something hot.
Right. You don't know my argument. And it's not really even an argument.
Right. And that's what I'm telling you. Making something political as an argument isn't an argument. You agree with me about your own argument.
So you're just stating the obvious then.
I'm stating the obvious that you have no clue what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about.
The only time I knew what you were talking about when you said they're making this political. Oh, am I getting it wrong?
Yeah, as usual, but it's cool. Go ahead.
Dave, correct me.
Okay, so let me make my point real quick, and then we'll chop that up, okay? Because you can chop it up, it's fine. Whenever somebody's involved in something, they always check the background, whether it be the victim or the perpetrator. They check the.
Okay, who is they?
Whoever released it. I don't know who released it. Do you know?
Dude, you are talking about a nebulous they without actually
Yeah, who
using.
released it? Is this all Stacey Patton? She's taking credit for it? Is that what you're saying?
I take you seriously when you just make they the culprit.
Do you know who released it and said it that this is what the political right put out?
Well,
'Cause I don't think it was anybody political who put that out. I
want me
think
to find.
everybody checks. The people, the
Let me
parties involved, their lives
look
are
at
online.
Gish galloping.
No,
Oh,
you just you major in the minors and we get nowhere. If you just let me make my point, it won't be so
find
difficult.
out who put it out. Let's find out who put it out.
Who released it originally? Because
The
you're
photo.
just saying that you and they are saying the political right released the girl's background check and shown that she had an indecent exposure. They're using that as part of their propaganda to say that this is left and right. That's what I'm talking about.
It is left and right intrinsically.
You bit the apple or you ate the whole pie. You ate the whole apple.
Dave, I swear sometimes I know you're busy with a young child, so you don't get to develop these thoughts. It was a left and right thing the minute that photo was posted somewhere.
Nobody's
It's
talking
never
about the photo. We're
been,
talking about the
it's
parties involved,
never,
sir.
it's never not been left and right. The culture war is intrinsically left and right. You know, it's not like that Bugs Bunny cartoon where Wile E. Coyote checks into work, and I forget the sheepdog's name, but at the
Sam and Ralph.
beginning, Sam and Ralph, they clock in, then they like do the wolf and sheepdog thing, and at the end of the day, they clock out and they're like buddies again, or at least
Yeah.
acquaintances. American politics isn't like that. It's 24/7, 365, and then how many years you have for 250. I'm sorry, how many days you have in 250 years. It's politics is in us. So everything is left and right.
Mm-hmm.
It's never not. So stop acting like this is some new thing that the left has done or the right has done. You're right on that part. All I'm saying is I think the left in Stacey Patton had a good point, and you just I'm gonna be honest, and not you personally, but your type hates black women. Of course, it would probably be a black conservative group who went and looked up this mugshot. White people wouldn't have time of day to do it. They just laugh
Don't
and go
forget,
to the
don't forget, I know what your definition of hating black women is. And if it's under your definition, I would say yes.
Hold on,
If it's under, if
let me.
If it, no, wait, let me gotta finish the statement because I can't just leave on that note. If it was my definition, I would say no because I don't hate anybody. Period.
The chat of my beliefs. I think the black manosphere is in its current state. The Jeff St. James, all these people, Angry Man, all those people, they shit on black women because black women aren't meeting their expectations, which who knows what their expectations are.
Mm-hmm.
You
Are
can
they
go
wrong?
now.
Are they
Yes.
wrong?
They are very
But your
They-
expectation of your definition of hate, you're holding me to that. So
See,
what are we doing?
This is the other thing. Ask a question, but keep talking instead of letting the person you ask the question to answer it. That's bad form. The
Yeah,
answer
stop
is
doing that.
yes. The black manosphere, if they ever had a way, they've certainly lost it. They are ignorant, miseducated, uneducated, and just basically dumb. From Tommy Sotomayor to Mr. Fantastic, that idiot who, and I'll talk about Mr. Knightish today. I have a special bone to pick with that dumb fuck. And he's an outright dumb fuck now. The gloves are off. So anyway, we can go back to this particular picture here.
No. You said a lot of shit, and you wanted
Oh,
to
wow.
skip past it as if you set it in stone. And no, the concrete is still wet. You got to stop doing that shit.
No,
I don't
when
hate. I don't
when I
cast aspersions on me like I hate a particular race and gender of woman. I don't. That's not
I
fair.
said I wasn't talking about you. Do you recall me saying
No,
that?
you said that you specifically said, and quote, that you hate talking to me. You hate black women, and you and the black
Misremembering.
manosphere types.
You're misremembering it.
Okay,
You must have had a couple sippy sips.
I did, but that's not. I'm not using that as an excuse. I don't
Your
blame
memory
nothing on alcohol. My mind is always clear.
when you had a couple sippy cup bowls.
Something happens, like when I'm talking, then you start talking. Your voice just fades out. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's probably your attention that fades in and out.
Maybe. But I don't hate
So
anybody, for the record.
I don't know. I would have to dive deep into this article. Let's see here. So Reuters is credited with the photo on the right of the girl with the poo shiesty white dudes. The mugshot. Let's see if she credits Reuters. Damn it. Let me grab my glasses.
She's a victim for sitting on the train and being totally unbothered.
Who called her a victim?
Well, that's what Bomb Cherry said.
Okay, do you honestly think I consider Bomb Cherry some sort of cultural or political expert? You remember
Yes,
what
she's a
Bomb
black woman. You're gonna undermine her opinion?
to let me. Bomb Cherry, in my opinion, is just a content creator with not a whole lot of political or cultural knowledge. She has her opinion, but I don't consider. I heard her say that, and I didn't think anything other than, hey, that's. I didn't think about it at all, to be honest. Bomb Cherry doesn't know shit about politics. She doesn't know shit about culture, in my opinion.
She knows about being a black woman.
Yeah, and
So you're just gonna undermine that part?
I'm not going to undermine it. I'm going to give
Okay,
it.
so put some spec on
Damn
it.
it, dude. Let me finish the answer to your question.
That's how I feel, Stanley.
Dude, I'm not going to undermine her knowledge, but I'm going to give it its due weight.
I totally agree with you. We don't disagree on much, but you do like to critique me, and I'm okay with that.
Well, I don't. That we agree is pure coincidence sometimes.
No, it's not. I'm more normal than you give me credit for.
Wait, normal has nothing to do with my assessment. All I'm
I'm
saying
okay.
is,
I'm a real boy, you know.
one who brought up Bomb Cherry. Look, every time I hear Bomb Cherry at length, I lose a little bit more respect for the way she does her business. I talked to her a bit on Sharon, and it was something about, it all started because of some comments that CT made. And then we got into what is preppy, which is kind of a dumb argument to begin with. And, I heard her being dumb with several other people. And my contention was preppy is a way of life. It's an aesthetic. And then fucking idiots wanted to tell me, well, it's a style. Well, of course, an aesthetic includes all kinds of things. Style might be one of them. And they just fucking wanted to act like they had their Air Jordan mentality. Like, hey, there's some preppy Air Jordans. Like, dude, preppy is not like a shoe or a style. It's a bunch of different things. It's almost like a potluck. Preppy in the West is different than preppy in the Southeast, where I grew up in it. It's a lifestyle. And she and I, Bomb Cherry, getting back to Bomb Cherry, there were some things that we agreed on, some things she didn't, but these people have a ghetto mentality. And that's neither bad nor good, but it's a different way of life. It's a different aesthetic. Preppy in the hood is different. Preppy in the hood, you remember when Polo did the Spellman and the Morehouse thing?
Yeah.
You know, and then there were like young black folks talking about, well, you know, I'm not gonna pay $300 for some polo jacket. I'll just go to the store and steal it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that's what hood preppy is different from the people who actually pay for it versus boosting it. It's all Ralph Lauren. It's all quote preppy, but it's a different kind of preppy. That's
right.
That's kind of, you know, the argument I was having with Titan, the Wasp, or whatever he calls himself, and Bomb Cherry. Dude, I will buy my polo on sale. I'm not gonna pay full price. You know, it may be last season's polo, but I'm not gonna fuck steal it. Why the fuck would I do that? If I really want it, I'll just pay up, you know, pay the full price. But, you know, these days at my age, in a side, kind of a moving the goalpost a little bit, dude, I have plenty of polo shirts and I'm trying to give them to my son. Dude, I don't wear that shit anymore because I don't give a fuck.
But you see the difference between you and a YN. It's pretty obvious, right?
Age mostly. I mean, shoot.
Oh, no. You're gonna act like that. You didn't just say that they said they were gonna steal it, and you were gonna buy it on sale or out of season. There's a difference in mentality between the two.
Did a whole show or two, at least a segment or two, about, you know, these people on Martha's Vineyard, and it's a beautifully what is it? Photographed and choreographed and all this stuff, beautiful clothes, beautiful black people, and then some hood dude going, hey, I'm fuck Ralph Lauren, I can just steal the shit.
Right, that's goofy thinking to me.
I'll figure out how to get it without paying $300 for a shirt.
How about just don't wear it because you can't afford it?
Okay, you're drifting away from my point. I was talking about an aesthetic, a preppy aesthetic. There's a hood version, and there's like, hey, the Martha's Vineyard version, but they're both black culture. That's my point.
You're still stating the difference between YNs and black people. That's what people make these arguments based on, those two different things.
Black people, they're just a certain type of black people.
That's what this whole cultural separation argument is about, though.
There is no cultural separation.
Arguments. There's an argument going on that you act like you don't know nothing about.
I probably don't, because I'm not.
You really don't, and then you get mad when somebody's actually talking about the side that would steal it. The people, hold on, the people that would steal it when wait a minute.
Oh, he's calling you Papa.
Yeah, he's been talking for a while. But okay, so the people that claim that they would steal it instead of buying it or buying it on sale or out of season, that is the other side of the argument. Me and you were on the side.
The side of the argument. It's just another facet of quote black culture.
I think you're missing the whole premise of
By the way, I'm not even making a value judgment.
But you're missing the whole premise of Black YouTube.
Okay, can you
Every
just
argument's based on that.
do it? Do it. Brevity is key. Just tell me what your point is.
My point is that you missed the point. When you're getting
Okay,
mad because you think somebody's talking about
let me be
Black people in general, they're not. They're generalizing the YN side of it.
let me be very succinct, like you don't seem to understand how to be. If I don't know the argument, it's probably not worth me contemplating.
That's stupid. That is very. That's an arrogant approach to it.
Well, it could very well be stupid. It could be conceited. It could be hubristic. It could be a lot of things, but it doesn't change how I feel. If I don't know the
It's not. It's
argument you're
not
making,
hubris. It's not conceited. It's just willfully ignorant.
well then, if I'm stupid, enlighten me. What's the argument I'm missing or don't know about?
Every time you think people are just jamming on Black folks or this, you call this anti-black, self-hate, all that stuff. They're talking about ninjas. They're not talking about Black people.
Okay, you
And if you
see,
don't get that, if this is just like what Taz didn't understand, that's what Hood Conservative was saying, that it's a political point. It's not a gender bang point. It's a political point in the middle of intersectionality that you don't understand that I'm talking political. We don't jump between macro and micro. We're talking about macro.
Okay, let me know when you're done with this, and I have one word to describe the argument so far. But please continue.
You're just gonna say stupid because you're just arrogant.
I'm inviting you to take the airtime on my panel and finish your point, and then let me know when you're done so I can respond.
You cannot listen to any argument. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now. Hold on. Don't do that. That's what throws people off, and then we get lost in the weeds all the time. Let me make this point. If you come to Black YouTube,
wait, hold it. You know what I have
damn
not
it, fuck
done, to you, and this is my fault. There you are. Sorry, I'm listening. You have the
finally, if you come to Black YouTube thinking that people are just jamming on Black people in general as a whole, you're not understanding the context. The context is that there's Black people and there's niggas. Period. And we're usually talking about the ninjas. Sorry, Stanley. I apologize. But I'm just saying, we're talking about the ninja side of the argument. If you feel offended, then the shoe fits. But if you don't even understand that, see, clearly Stanley is not on that ninja side. Stanley is on the Black people side. But when he starts to defend the ninjas, now we can't tell which side he's on because he doesn't know the premise. He's jumping in the middle and he's looking like a fish out of water when people are like, hold up, dude, you don't represent none of that. Why are you defending that? We're clearly making a difference between the two. You're starting off on the wrong foot. It's a non-starter. Now you're just windmilling for people that you shouldn't windmill for, and you look crazy. That's my point, Stan. Now, if you think that's so stupid, then you're just gonna be that guy. You like to be that guy.
Let me volunteer. Well, now you're starting to get personal. Let me respond. I'm that guy. I don't think ninjas are any different than Black people. They're all Black. They're just a different side of the culture.
You need to stay out of the argument. Just listen and stay out of it.
Okay. I thought you were goddamn done with your point. Now I don't.
No, I didn't say Stanley, come back up and start jamming on nothing again.
Oh, so you okay, you weren't done?
No,
okay.
You need to say for it. You need to say for it. That's what you need.
Say for it. Wait, hold it. Do you really? I don't usually say it, but let me say it now. Pause. Say for it.
There,
my own fucking.
There you go. There you go. YouTube politics.
All I have to say is I don't make the separation. There are good Black people. There are bad Black people. There's to quote a very horrible Ebony and Ivory, there's good and bad in everyone. I don't separate what you would call ninjas from the rest of Black America. That's where the basic misunderstanding is. I'm not going to say we're the same, but the difference is more aesthetic or mores or morality, whatever you want to call it. They're black, just like as Bobby calls them, the good blacks are. We're all black. Stop acting like you can cleave off what you don't like.
Well, if you don't
And,
make
and
a
the
difference,
funny thing is that if these MAGA blacks and these soul brothers want to imitate white
there's no
people don't.
difference, Stanley. You don't make differences. Don't do it there. You can't.
I
Hold on,
thought
wait. You can't sometimes make differences and sometimes
you
not.
speak.
Stop
I
doing
thought
that,
when
man.
you let you speak, you let me speak. But apparently that's not the case. White people don't like cleave off.
Oh my God.
People like JD Vance is a good example of that. They don't go, well, oh hey, your Meemaw was from Kentucky up in the hills and the hollers. He is an elite. They accepted him back in the fold. So why are you just shitting on what you call ninjas?
Because I'm not a ninja, Stanley. I work.
You
I have
can shit on
responsibilities.
you can
I take
dude,
care of my business. There are
acting
people
like
who clearly don't.
you're acting like the black community are fucking the Amish, where you get banished and you just get tossed out. That's not how the black community has ever been.
See, what you're missing is we don't have any type of uh, culture that actually works. It's not working. We're trying to work something out. We're still up from slavery. My God.
What you're missing is you are drowning in the piss of Booker T. Washington.
What you're
Y'all
missing is I don't care. I just have a funny way with words. I
y'all
know what
can't
I
even
mean. I just ain't breaking it down for you to
y'all can't
understand.
even take Booker T. Washington and understand what he was saying. Dude, you don't have to motherfucking prove yourself for the rest of your life. Sometimes you have to admit that black people have arrived, and how about act like you arrived? My mother used to say this: act like you're used to something. Okay, you don't have to kowtow, but you don't have to fucking, have Air Jordans for every day of the week either. Act like you're used to something. And you want to fuss at the quote ninjas? I think the anti-black blacks are the same as the ninjas if you want to classify people.
I think you have to. Would you marry a
No,
slut?
no. See, the problem is no, you don't have to. Dude, you think I
Oh,
give
okay.
a
So wait. No, you,
we had the whole Carmelo Anthony conversation.
you don't
I
classify.
care.
You don't classify women.
No.
Shut the. You're lying. So if you
And it,
knew a clear streetwalker, if she was nice to you, would you marry her?
not the same way you classify. And
Stanley, are there women that are unmarriageable? Are there women that you wouldn't deal with?
let me give you a little heads up. I don't know any streetwalkers. Honestly, I don't think I ever have, at least not knowingly. I don't have to classify a streetwalker because I don't live amongst them. Never
That's
have.
not my point. That's not my point at
What
all.
is
Now, let me just stay away from that because you're just going to fall into things
Oh no,
that are unnecessary.
I'm gonna
That's just
beat you
stupid.
up.
You know
I'm lit
clearly that's stupid. That's not where we
I'm
were going with this conversation. You're just being disingenuous as usual.
Oh, I'm disingenuous because I'm gonna beat you over the head with your bad point. You started going down a wrong road, and I kind of told you, no, 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 no. You don't want to
Well,
go
you
down
know
that.
damn well I'm not afraid of you trying to beat me over the head about
Hey,
anything, but let's just be right when we should be
so
right. And let's not waste that much time doing it.
let me tell you the wonderful thing: getting your ass beat doesn't require fear. More people don't fear because fear is useful. More people are not afraid because they don't think they're going to get their ass beat, but they do. Most of that fear comes after they get their ass beat.
I'm not familiar with that type of reasoning, but okay,
I
that's news to me.
assure
I'll
you
note
not.
it. Duly noted. I don't have that problem. I just think that if you start off on the wrong foot, don't be surprised when you look up, you can't tell where you are.
Fear usually is more effective the second time around because you don't make the same mistake you did the first time around.
I'm just trying to give you something that makes sense that you don't have to be
Most
lost
people
about.
ask me aren't afraid the first time. They're
I'm trying to give you
afraid the second.
something. I'm trying to give you an approach that works, Stanley. You're trying to just say, nah, fuck that. I'm just going to use my approach. Yeah, the Bible will tell you, be not wise under your own eyes.
You
That
are
means
welcome to your approach.
you need the proper approach to assess what's going on. You're just making snap judgments on things you don't understand. That's a fool
Approach is
behavior.
good. Stanley's approach is good enough.
It's a fool approach though. I'm not saying that you're a fool, Stanley. I'm not trying to I'm not coming at you. I'm just anybody who did that, I would not agree with them.
Okay, what's your point again?
You have to understand that when people they're not being anti-black, they're being anti-ninja. Period.
Okay, Dave, let me wrap this up because I do have videos to show. You and I just fundamentally disagree. I heard you say, and you're not the first person to say this. I've heard SKC and all these anti-black blacks and soul brothers that ninjas ninjas aren't black, they're ninjas and black people. Dude, that's bullshit. That's racist claptrap that the white boys have drilled into your racist little heads. That's the overseer mentality. That's Steven from Candyland. The bottom
Is
line
is
is
that where that comes from?
all
It comes from white people? You know,
to be
I
a
think
little
you have a limited expectation of the
cheer
black
the
people
bell.
that you talk to. If you think
Yeah,
that the
there we
only
go.
place they can come up with
There we
these
go.
ideas is from a white person, that means that you have a low expectation of
Enough.
black people. You're clearly
No.
projecting.
What you don't understand is you probably didn't learn it from a white person. You learned it from your parents who was Thomas Sowell or something. Bottom line is black people are black people. Whether you approve in a way that ninja argument is kind of a class argument, it's not a racial argument. And anti-black blacks and soul brothers are as big a racist. They are as racist as their white masses. That's what I'm saying. You're bringing a class argument to a racial thing. Ninjas are black, just like you're black. That's my point. And if you can't fucking understand, you can disagree with my point of view, but I'm not going to back down because I think I'm right. I think y'all are racist. So hopefully you get my point. At this point, it's really not a reason to go on with the argument. We fundamentally disagree. All right. Well, Dave must be busy. Let's move on. So anyway, let's see. Did I stop this? God damn! I stopped the whole thing. So next up is Ross Douthat. I'm worried about Weimar America. And as it turns out, I'm reading this book on liberalism, the history of liberalism. Liberalism and it's something or another by Helen Rosenblatt. and I just covered a chapter on Weimar Germany, and there are actual parallels of things that go, this is happening now. And to be honest, if I were worth a shit and I just thought of it, I should have taken parts of that chapter and interwoven into this video I'm about to show. But I haven't watched the video. Maybe if something comes up where I can talk about it in her book, I'll do that. And Seymour, I see you've arrived. Seymour, I need you to go, Mr. Moore. Look at my, go to my channel, look at the shorts, and see that I did 1,000 views on a short today. When's the last time you had 1,000 views on any of the bullshit that you proffer? I have 1,000. I have another video released today with almost 500. So go erupt the 15 views in less than 24 hours. What have you done? What show has had You know what? I'm sorry, folks. Don't know if I clicked the wrong button or whether that was a hiccup, but I was gonna say, Seymour, I see you're in the chat. I have a short that was about 40 some seconds today that did 1,000 views, and another one that'll probably wind up around 500 or so. When's the last time you had any YouTube project of yours hit 1,000 views in like 8 hours? You've never had that? Uh, I might have a little channel with 7 viewers. Dude, today, this very day, I had a short that did 1,000 views. What have you done that ever had 1,000 views, boy? You better catch up, son.
I thought that was you that was borging like hell. I
Yeah,
went to the chat and played it back. It was you borging like crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why. You know what? Maybe it's internet, maybe it's not. If it happens again, I'll just switch networks because I have 2 networks in my house.
There you go.
Two ways of getting to the internet. I got me some AT&T. I got me some T-Mobile. And by the way, folks, this does cost money.
Oh, they're both you're borging again.
Am I? Well, hold on one second. Let me switch. Let us hope.
I think you're good though, but it's just like a slight borg, and it gets worse and then better. But we can understand you.
Okay, let's see if this one. I went over to AT&T, the FiOS, which should be more stable. Am I still borging?
No, you're good. You're perfect.
Let me know if it happens again, because then I gotta isolate it to the computer or something. But as I was saying, I was telling.
Did you think I was borging? I'm sorry. Did you think I was borging or what?
No, you sounded fine.
Oh.
So it might actually be, the equipment and not the internet connection, but I'll troubleshoot it, as it happens. But I want to shit on Seymour right now because I noticed he wandered into my chat, and I'm bragging heavily on my 1,000 uh my 1,000 uh viewed video, and I want to bring it up right quick. Cause see, what he'll do is send some silly white woman to my channel to look at my numbers. And then she'll just go, well, no, Niall, he didn't have the last time he had 1,000 views was 6 months ago. See him? He ain't all that. So
Hey, you got it off original content. That's nice.
I'm way off. I'm way off the original content.
No. I said you got the 1,000 views off of your original content.
Oh yeah. You thought
No, that's an accomplishment. That's a good thing.
No, they keep saying that I just copy people's videos. No, it was me and 12 man going back and forth.
Yeah, the natural habitat. That's a good thing.
Well, yeah, and you know what? I didn't really think of it that way, but thank you for that. So anyway, hey, I'm not all that, but I am. Since Seymour showed up, I'm gonna crow and crow and crow because that bitch can't do 1,000 views of anything. But Stanley can. So how is little Dave? How old is he now?
19 months, and today is his worst day on this side of 18 months.
Oh.
Uh-oh. See, now you hear it.
I don't know. It's not the worst days. Well, do you hold him much?
If I don't at this moment, because he's really about daddy today. See, that's what I got. I don't mind it.
Let me tell you something. Holding your child, especially if they're 19 months, just hold him. Pretty soon he won't want you to even hold him. It goes in phases, at least with my son. You know, he was calling me dada. Like, I used to be like, do you really want to be calling me dada in kindergarten? And one day he came home and it was no longer dada because he probably, I surmise that he was like, talking to one of his friends and he goes, well, my dada. Somebody goes, you call your dad dada? What are you, 2?
Yeah, it's always been dad. I just say dad, and he says papa.
No, you know what? For some reason or another, dad was just our thing. Now sometimes he go, well, dad, just to how dad, you know what I mean. But no, it was. I have always been fascinated watching my son go from dad to dad to. It's fascinating watching kids just go through the transitions, and usually they coincide. From elementary to middle school, from middle school to those school transitions. And where I was living, the schools got progressively larger. There's probably maybe 25 kids, 20 kids in his first grade. Then there's middle school, which he did in Georgia. And then high school, which for this small town, his graduating class was like 1,000 kids. Which is amazing in a town that's fucking 20,000 people. But there are only 2 high schools, so that kind of makes sense, I guess. And then he's gone from a graduating class of 1,000 to a school of about 12,000, which for a public school is fairly small. Georgia's like 60,000 or something like that. Georgia Tech's like 12,000. So it's dramatically smaller. So it's more intimate. And funny question, I randomly asked my son, and I could hear the annoyance in his voice, like, Trevor, do you know any black students at Georgia Tech? Because I actually was curious. I never thought about it, but he said, yeah. Now I'm assuming they're Black American because he sounded annoyed. So I didn't want to go, were they American or they FBA? But I saw at least one FBA female, so I know there's at least one other. And I'm not suggesting that they need to meet and get married.
Don't you try to break up his love with his wife. He's with his wife right now. You know that, right?
I'm sorry, what?
He's with his wife right now.
Who is?
Your son.
No, he's not. They're not fucking in my house.
He ain't got to.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh my God. Hold on, wait. I'm thinking double with my son tripping and what I'm trying to do.
Go take care of that boy.
Yeah, he just wants crackers. I got him trained yesterday. I had him sitting in a chair until he fell asleep. And like I did with that puppy.
Your ass is on a YouTube channel yelling bullshit and you woke him up?
This was yesterday. He likes his crackers, so he likes me. He's trying to use me. You know he fell in love with chicken on a biscuit crackers.
Oh yeah, really? No, it's got a lot of
he loves those. So he likes to hang down here with me, and that's why I know he wants. Or else he'd be upstairs with mama. But yesterday we kicked it hard as I was trying to put my stuff together. I wanted to show you. So today he thinks we're just going to kick it until he gets his full on crackers. So that's why he's flipping out today.
So Imperius says that CM.
Yeah, pull it up.
Wait, hold on. I have no clue. Why would I be bringing up CM? Is he live?
Yeah.
Oh, is he really? Well, good for him. Why the fuck?
No, you should stop. You should stop over there and stop acting like y'all frenemies and shit.
I was
frenemies.
on. Wait. I was on his channel night before last.
That's some of the best shit when you're over there. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it brings out the best in both of you.
I don't think it does.
Regardless of what you think, as a guy in the audience, and I've been in a lot of audience, that is top tier entertainment.
Oh wait, it's Urkel. Oh, is being racist against blacks leading you to Satan's world? In parentheses, Lake of Fire, dude.
Let me say the same thing to him that I told you. It's not blacks. It's ninjas.
Okay, and I think ninjas are black. It's just a facet of black, as I've told you. And then I see, who does he have over there? He's got My Time and fucking Ryan Bardwell. Oh shit, they must be roasting the fuck out of me.
Probably, but Stanley, you say you don't classify people and things. You don't make differences, but you wouldn't date a fat woman.
No. I never said there are no differences. I just don't tend to view the differences as racial. Like race, you can be stupid and white or you can be stupid and black, but the classification is stupid that I pay attention to.
But Stanley, if I'm talking about black people and I'm black, well, how is that racial?
It is very racial.
Yeah, see, you're doing the thing. Go ahead.
I'm doing what thing?
The Stanley, where you want to be so disingenuous that you can't let nobody else make a point.
Are you saying
making a point?
People, okay, are you saying black people are more capable or more genuine in criticizing black people?
I think if black people deal with black people, their criticisms are valid. Or else who's going to correct black people?
Well, let me tell you why I think you're wrong. I told you years ago. I was on a Discord channel, which I'm still a part of, and really a good buddy of mine. I need to find him because he's still out there somewhere, and I just haven't talked to him in a while. From Richmond, Virginia. And you know what? I got to talking about, crime in the hood. We were talking specifically about his hood in Richmond, Virginia. And you know what this motherfucker told me? He's like, Stanley, you have no idea what you're talking about. You've never lived in the hood. You should stop talking about shit that's going on in the hood. And you know what? He was goddamn right. And I apologized. I'm like, dude, you know what? Just
Then
because
that makes me more
okay,
qualified,
god
though.
damn it, can I fucking finish the story
This
without
point
you
is pertinent.
dude, seriously, really?
Go ahead, Stanley. God damn.
Okay, he's right. I'm black. He's black. This dude's making more money than I'm making. He's a young guy, former Marine, etc. But he's like, dude, you're speaking on shit you don't know. And my response was, you're absolutely right. I need to listen more than I talk because I don't know what it's like um, to grow up in the hood. I've never, dude, the best I did was I was fucking a woman who was in the hood. In Yamacraw in Savannah, that's a gentle hood. You could fucking walk around there at night and be okay. This is Savannah, Georgia, back in like the fucking, late 90s, very early 2000s. You might get shot, but you might survive too. It wasn't like big city hood. Bottom line is he's black, I'm black. Where he grew up, there were black people. I don't separate the two other than by experience, by upbringing, class, if we must, stupidity or not stupid. We're all black. But in the end, and this is where I'll go, well, yeah, I'm a racist because Black America exists in a white America. America is fundamentally racist. Now, I think Ketanji Brown Jackson in this 14th Amendment case, she pegs America rightly. John Roberts, in a former statement he made, the only way not be the only way to solve racism is to not be racist or something to that effect. America can't do that because we are. Okay. I am as racist in that I don't really judge people by race, but sometimes I do. But colorblind, in my opinion, and I'm way off topic. I'm just going to go with it though. Colorblind is ignoring American history. It's not solving race or racism, it's ignoring it. And I have a problem with that. It's better to just kind of accept race for what it is because we're not going to unsee race because the country was built on it. The economy was built on race. The best thing to do is try not to discriminate or judge based on race. That's the best we can do. Or we tear it down and start over. It's one or the other. There's no real middle ground. The colorblind is just stupid. All right, so
are you done?
Finally.
Fuck. Anyway, you're speaking for yourself. You're not speaking for the majority of black people. There are a lot of black people who grew up in lower class and made it to middle class. When they were in lower class, they might have had certain experiences that they didn't experience in middle class. Some could still be in the lower class and realize that if they get to the middle class, they don't want to be around these experiences. And that's the difference. I've been from middle to upper middle and back to middle and lower in my lifetime. So I can attest to these things. I've experienced the lowest of the low, and I've done pretty well for myself, and now I'm just average, probably a little bit above
Okay,
average.
I'm
But
thoroughly confused.
that's you, and this is me. We're different. We have different points of views, different experiences. The reason why you shouldn't speak on it is because
Okay,
you've never been down there. The reason why I could speak
what's
on it is because I
your
have been down there.
what is your point?
You
What
can't
is
follow the
your point?
conversation because you don't have a fucking clue. That's my point. See that was very
There's
succinct.
an
Succinct.
echo somewhere. Where is it?
That was very succinct, and I didn't have to ramble on about things that don't
Oh,
got
I'm
shit
just
to do with
trying
what
to
we were talking
look
about.
up. I don't see your point.
I know
Who's
you don't, because
forcing
you never experienced my
who is
point.
who is forcing you to be around people you don't want to be around?
You don't understand my point because you never experienced it.
Okay,
You're not
I'm
supposed to
asking
talk
you a
about things
question.
you haven't experienced.
Who
That's why
is
you don't
forcing?
get it.
Yeah, look at you raging out at a simple.
Yeah, a little bit I am because you when I called you arrogant earlier, it's funny because it's the second time you're doing it. You do it a lot. You don't realize you're doing it. I've had that
Who
experience and I'm speaking
who
from experience.
who is forcing you in your life since you've been an adult to be around people you don't want to be around?
Oh, definitely. When I had the ability to do it, I got the fuck away from them.
Okay, and you had to
And
go
what you
back.
call anti-black is a black man who had experience
I'm
around
totally
the blacks he
confused.
don't really care for.
You're not answering my question. Did you have to go back to be around people you don't want to be around?
Hell no. That's why I kill
Then what the
myself.
fuck are you talking about?
That's why I kill myself to never go back to that.
Hey, let me know if I'm getting this right, because the crux of your argument seems to be you had to be, or black people, upper class, middle class, they have to be around people they don't want to be around.
You wouldn't know. Don't talk about things you haven't
No, I
experienced.
don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
No, because you don't understand.
Well,
And when I tell you this, you won't
no,
believe it.
I'm trying to understand, and I'm asking you, the quote expert. I don't understand you. How about help me understand your point? Because so far I don't.
When I respond to your question, take it as from somebody who has the experience.
You never gave me a response.
What is the question? We're starting here.
Do you have to be around people you don't want to be around?
Any more in my life? No.
Okay, then what does it matter? You say it's a class argument. Well, class allows you to escape the class of people you don't want to be around. I thought.
No, there's good people in the lower class. This is why when Trump says that, it resonated. There's good people on both sides. There's good people in the lower class. You're just going to have way more bullshit.
So?
What do you mean, so?
I'm sorry.
That's a cop-out.
Okay, God damn it. Is your complaint that, oh, hey, to be around the good people in the class below me, I have to be around the bad people? Is that the argument? You can't choose between the two?
No, you kind of can't separate. I don't know if you know.
Well, then how about invite them to your house?
What?
Seriously, if you know some good people in the hood, invite them to your house.
No, you gotta earn your way out. That doesn't even make sense, dude. You shouldn't talk about things that you don't know.
I'm trying to ask you, dude, stop acting like you're some keeper of the crypt.
I think I am. I think that it's probably not as high of a success rate.
Okay.
I do feel unique, actually, Stanley, in that regard.
Well,
I do.
I'm not criticizing you feeling unique. I'm just trying to say, well, if you're that unique, you don't have to be around people you don't want to be around.
I'm the sellout. I'm the guy who got away and is not going back. I'm not going back to help. I don't give a fuck about it.
I get it. You have imposter syndrome.
No, I don't. I don't have no. There's nothing wrong with me. What I'm actually trying to explain to you is what you're not trying to understand.
I don't know that you've given me anything I haven't understood so far.
You don't leave your house.
I don't.
I really do question if you know how the world works today. Considering
I lived in it for quite some time, and stop thinking I never leave my house. I do occasionally.
you said it. You said it out of your own mouth that you don't leave your own house. That's what you said.
I prefer not to. I got a great house.
Right. I love being in my house as well. I'm not saying that if I had the option, I wouldn't do it either. I don't blame you. I'm not tripping on that.
I loved my house when I lived on the mountain with my wife and son. I loved it even more. I used to have to go to work for, a bunch of hours a day, but I was so happy to get home sometimes. So all I have to say is, but nobody came over to my house that I didn't invite generally. Occasionally somebody would wander by, but not that often. And mainly because I lived way out, and so I don't get your point.
I can't fault you for not understanding. It's like not having money. You don't know how broke you are.
Okay, I don't even understand what that means.
I know. It's crazy.
Everybody knows that. You can read that in books.
The concept goes over your head every time.
It literally doesn't. I'm surprised that it's a concept at all and not an outright truism that they teach in schools.
They're not going to teach it in schools.
Sure,
they don't teach you. They can't teach you experience in school.
Dave, all I have to say is this thing about ninjas not being black and there's a difference. No, there's not a difference. It's just, more class thing or a home training thing, whatever.
Stanley, you're the one that told me that there was a difference between the Black South and Cali Black.
Let me summarize if there are any new people that ever wander into this audience. Just because they're good people back in the hood that you miss, invite them over to your new life.
No, because they bring the mentality. They can't escape it. Okay. And the reason why they can't escape it because they can't get rid of that mentality.
Yeah, okay. So apparently even the good people aren't good enough for Dave's new house.
You're missing the point. You're gonna miss the point every time.
I think I have the point down pat.
How many people do you invite over to your house that are from the hood? So why would I?
These days, it's, a neighbor or two may drop by. It's mostly my family.
Right. So why can't I have that? Why can't I live like that? What's wrong with that?
Dude, I think it's wonderful that it's you and your family. Dude, if no one came by, that's probably heaven. If I had my wife poo-pooed this idea, I wanted to buy 50 acres and put the house dead center, and that would have been heaven for me. Fuck it. No one even knows we're here. They'll shit. Don't build a driveway. Make them fucking trek. Make them fucking hike to the house. That would have been perfect, but my wife would not let me do it. Bitch, we're not going to even clear the trees or anything like that. They can put on their hiking boots, and I'm not going. Don't bring a compass to my land. If you hit it by accident, great. If you don't, well, fuck, you're lost.
I don't mind my seclusion. I actually love it.
Don't get eaten by wild animals. if you can't find the house.
Have you? Let me ask you just one simple question. Have you ever had anything stolen from you?
Not no, not in a house.
You don't know that feeling.
Nope. I literally never have.
Uh, yeah, you don't know the feeling.
And better than that, like I would say, after, let's just say, from the time I moved to the mountain back in like 2004, 2005, I can probably almost remember every time I locked the door. It was like, hey, I'm going to be gone for a month or I'm going to be gone for a week. So I'm going to lock the door. Let me tell you. So I don't lock my doors where I live now. Now I probably
I don't either, and it's beautiful. I love it.
would. So neighbors knock. They don't just barge in. I don't know where this is going. Uh, I did have a break-in once, but guess what this was? So my son and I went to fish one Saturday morning. We took the dog with us. It was me and Ellie and Trevor. So we're down there fishing. So we come back home a few hours later, and the fucking front door is wide open. And you know, that door, if you didn't pull it firm, sometimes it wouldn't catch. So it looked closed, but you could just, you know, open it. So I'm like, holy shit, because there's bears up there. So I go, I'm like, y'all stay in the car, keep the dog with you. Do not let this dog out of the car. So I go up to the porch and I see a snout and two ears peer around there's a trail of trash. So there's two ears and a nose that peek around the kitchen counter. And the first thing I thought is, oh shit, a bear is in the house. Well, it turns out it was the big German Shepherd that lived next door. Somehow or another, she got out of, the backyard. So she just fucking, who knows why she decided to come over there, but she made a mess. She went straight for the trash can, got trash everywhere, which, you live in the mountain and don't pull the door closed. But I didn't lock the door, is my point. And trash got stolen. Nothing really. There was a mess made that I was like, told my neighbor, you know what? That's what I get for fucking not pulling the door firmly closed. I'll just clean it up, and that's that. But yep, closest I ever got to getting something stolen. Just a couple, the dog took some shit out of the trash.
Yeah, it's a different feeling, man. It changes you, especially if you find out who did it.
Okay, well, you want to be specific?
No, I'm being very specific. Well, just use context clues to draw the conclusion of what I'm saying. Some ninja stole something from me.
Context clues.
Yeah, we're talking black, and we're talking about theft, and we're talking about personal theft. Something that you worked hard for, and then some ninja stole it because of your environment. It just breeds these type of people.
Well, where were you living?
In my hometown.
Oh, okay. Did you know them?
From my hometown. So yeah, I knew everybody in the neighborhood. And it was a year later when I found out who did it. And obviously when I think about it, the behavior changed from that person. Yeah, they didn't come around so much.
Were you gonna I mean, well, tell me how the behavior changed. I guess I shouldn't even ask.
So they don't really come around, and they just switch up. They're just different people. They know that they did you wrong, and they just kind of avoid you, or it's a good kept secret amongst people who know. And then when one tells you and then you find out, then everything just makes sense. It's like the light bulb goes on.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know what? I haven't seen so and so in a while. So now you got to deal with that. Well, here.
Well, how did you deal with that? You said you had to deal with it. How'd you deal with
Well,
it?
I'm a non-confrontational person. It just motivated me to do better. So I did better and got away.
All right. Well, that's a good thing, right?
It may be better, but it's almost like the video you was playing. Like
Well, were you
people's
married?
experience.
Or,
No, I was young enough to like really go crazy, but smart enough not to.
Mhm.
So I didn't. Just chose the better route. Cooler heads prevail. That kind of thing. It was fine because I'm making money. I'm in a better position. Why? I'm supposed to understand this and be okay with it and let it possibly happen again because they my people. That's my brother. Nah, bro. You don't forget that. Nah. So I might be a little scarred from it. If I was sitting on the couch at the therapist's office talking about it, sure, it
So
kind of
you're
it's part of my origin
you're on
story.
the Stanley versus the World divan. We don't have couches here. My grandmother used to call couches divans, so we're on the divan here.
Well, I confronted the person, right? And then just deny. And then you bring the witnesses who they know that know.
Male or female who did the
Obviously, well, I don't think it was a male. Okay, for me,
single or was it a group?
I don't know exactly how it happened, but somebody knew because they seen my stuff in their possession. Huh?
Why did you not bring charges?
That's not what's on your mind when you're living in that environment.
Mm-hmm. So you didn't snitch?
No. You see how I'm on these panels? I don't take nobody personally. It's the only way to make it. You kind
I
of
mean it as a personal attack. I'm honestly, Dave. I've known you forever. I respect you. I'm not seeking to land body blows or anything like that. I'm genuinely curious.
okay. Let's say if I'm Carmelo in that situation, I could choose not to use the knife. I just
But
chose that
why would you bring Carmelo into it instead of Deacon Dave? I don't
because
get that.
it all ties together damn near with everything we talked about. It's like you know what happened. There's nothing to discuss. Somebody made a bad decision. I made good decisions. A string of good decisions can give you a good result.
Right. Or they don't necessarily guarantee it though.
Yeah, but why would I invite the confrontation even if I did snitch? Why would I do that?
Oh, whoa. You think I'm making a value judgment. It was simply a question. I don't care whether you snitched or not. I'm not judging you.
Thank you. This boy got the whole box of crackers. There.
See, this is the wonderful thing. You get to judge yourself. If you're happy that you didn't snitch or you're happy that you did, it really doesn't matter. It's really all about you at this point. And I mean that seriously because now I'm interested. See, this is what you don't want, Dave, for me to get curious about you. The rest of the show might just be about you.
That's fine. I don't mind. When I cut it off, I have a great life. But what's her name? Tina came up here and said that I didn't have a backbone, and that kind of like, damn, she
Wait,
kind of nailed it.
wait, who said you don't have a backbone?
Tina said that one day. I don't know if she said it in the chat or if she said it directly to me.
Hold on. You took that seriously?
Well, it did. It landed. I'm not gonna lie. It was like I could have ignored it, but it definitely landed.
You remind me of the context and why you would ever take Tina seriously. Seriously, what
No,
the?
she read me right,
It's
and it's
about
okay.
that is the flakiest. Her flakes have flakes.
See, that's how you supposed to use that and say like, how would she know that? Because she has a lot of experience with a certain type of
Give
men.
a fuck about her experience.
No, if she's right about something, it
She's
would
right.
take a lot of no. Listen, if she's right about something like that, she would have to have a lot of experience to know or to tell. What is that? What is that?
So, see, let me ask you why I would care. You can care about it. You can recognize what she's saying. You can feel some kindred vibes. I didn't, and I don't give a fuck.
I get it.
Now wait, hold. She's a great woman. I love talking to Tina. Believe me, I would fall under her spell if I was like within 100 miles and decades within her age range. Dude, I'd be like, God damn. I'll
I
take
don't.
on
I don't. I don't see it that
well,
way.
I'm not done. I'll take on the two baby daddy kids. She's so fine. But I'm not. So I can cut through the fog.
If I had a chance with
By the
Tina, I
way,
wouldn't. Just
she
God
knows
damn it.
that. She
Okay.
tries that bullshit. So you are bamboozled or whatever by her. You think she understands your truth. I'm gonna tell you, no, she doesn't.
I don't think she understands it. It was a snap judgment. She just said it. It was a one-off. The reason why it resonated because I actually agree with that. I am kind of a pushover. I just know what I'm capable of, and if I wasn't a
Wait,
pushover,
hold it.
th-
Are you a pushover in real life or on YouTube?
it could be in a way in real life. I can be a pushover in real life because when you know yourself, you kind of have to be in certain situations. You have to be because if I chose every fight, if I fought every fight, I trust me, I wouldn't get nowhere.
Well, CKJ3 depends on your age. I in CKJ3, the older you get, the more likely you're going to meet a woman who has been through circumstances. I had two stepkids who were white, by the way. But you know, good kids still talk to them. They're part of my in-laws. They're my son's half brother and sister. But goddamn, he's 20 and they're damn near 40. They are, they were pretty much out of the house. So, now, as a matter of fact, I want my son to stay up with his half siblings, mainly because I'm not going to last forever and he does need family. Now, he's got cousins on my side, my sister's kids and my brother's son. He knows them well, but he needs to know both sides of the family because what's going to happen in the end is, his mother's already dead. I'm 61. Who knows how long I'll last? He needs family. So, anyway.
There is something to that. You
Oh, and
can't just
by the way, when I met their mother, she was a widow. I met her, she was 37, I was 38. So I was good and grown enough to make my decisions. Had she been divorced, we'd have dallied, but I never would have even considered. I don't do other men in my life. Her kids, good kids. Um, and they were, older. Didn't really have to discipline or anything like that. So it's a perfect world. Young enough to have a child. I still talk to my father-in-law, Matter of fact, he'll be here next week. And you know, the half siblings, my brother-in-law, my family got along with their family. It was good thing. So back to you, Dave.
That was the biggest side quest I've ever seen.
I do it often on this. Oh, if you hear the sirens, that's the only thing. We live right near a fire station about half a mile away, and they always go up this road. But probably because there's never any traffic at this time of night. There's literally no traffic in my neighborhood. Like anyway, back to you, Dave. I think after a certain age, if you are a man of any race, 35 and older, most of the women that you meet, two things are going to happen. You'll meet a 35-year-old woman and you'll go, why doesn't she have kids? Or you will meet a 35-year-old woman who has kids and you'll go, is it worth it? And you'll just have to figure it out from there. But by the time you're 35, you should have enough of a brain plus experience to figure it out. If you got parents of father, then you need to consult your mother. If you got two parents, got to consult. Should never make independent decisions without some consultation. But if you're 35, you're going to meet women with circumstances, and vice versa. You'll probably have circumstances too if you're like any of these fucking baby daddies on YouTube. As a matter of fact, most of the women on YouTube are far superior, even morally, than most of these fucking old YNs. Neat. Oh, and let me tell you about the title of the show. It's a diss track. Let's see if Dave can figure out what the show title or who the show title's about.
What's the title? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
What's the show title?
Sir, Too Big For All Britches, and then 3 night chess pieces.
Yeah, we know who that's about.
But I like the Mr. Too Big For All Britches. This motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. This motherfucker can't be too big for his britches because he's too big for all. There is no britch. Well, there's no britches that'll fit that big fat ass. Ninish pissed me off today, and I don't know that I need to go back to his channel. That dude's just. I understand
you keep switching up. You go and you say you're not going back, then you go again.
It's kind of like you, Dave. I keep trying to give this dumb fucker a chance and just go, hey, it's hard times for him, and it's he's it's got to be trying physically and emotionally going through this, but the dude just fucking keeps and yeah, I fucking stomp Mr. Fantastic because I think he's an idiot, and I had my opportunity, and it was very intentional, by the way. I slap him and JP because I think they're both the same. They look the same. To be very racial. But
I kind of got that when I seen you. You was pressing the gas for a reason. Let's say that.
Oh, I am very manipulative. Because I'm always situationally aware. But let me tell you what I did not like. And this is one thing, and somebody clip this and send it to Nightish. I don't like the way he conducts business. Um, I do not appreciate. I sent him $10 as a cash app, and I literally said anonymous. So when I sent him the cash app, he was all cool. It's anonymous sent me cash app, and he does his little music and stuff. But what does he do today? He doesn't hold the anonymous. Well, Stanley sent me $10. Dude, I'll never send him money again. He will never get another dime. Dude, and I swore the time before I sent him that $10 that wasn't going to do it again. And then, I don't hate Nightish. I enjoy some of the services he provides because he gives me a window into that fucking old YN world. Because I'd never fucking subscribe to DJ Hamp or Fatty. Dude, I depend on, I depend on, Nightish to be the filter fish. He'll separate the horrible from the what you need to see to know about, people like Fatty. But he betrayed a trust. When I send you a goddamn cash app that says anonymous, I expect to be anonymous for all time. That's bad business. He gets no more. And Nightish gets too emotional. He gets drunk as fuck and can't remember one show from the next. And who does remember every single minute? But that you get to comment, but in the way I saw it as a betrayal. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to approach it. He didn't have to mention. He could go, well, Stanley kind of, ruined whatever I was trying to build with Fatty. Why did the Cash App even matter? He could have made the point without mentioning the Cash App.
Fantastic.
It's low class. It's a betrayal. I specifically in the note said, make this anonymous. And the bitch basically I'm not making that mistake again. Dude has again like 3 times just fucked up with his fucked up, arbitrary, capricious business plan, whatever the fuck he's doing. And no, you chuckle, but I actually take this sort of shit. If I take anything seriously, when I give you an anonymous cash app and specifically tell you to keep it anonymous, he knew what he was doing. Okay, it wasn't an accident. He knew what he was doing, and I don't need to be a part of that.
No, I'm not laughing at you or about this. I'm laughing about myself because to me this sounds like something I wouldn't even trip over. And it also goes back into what Tina was saying about me not having a backbone. And it goes back into me not flipping out on the guy that I know stole my shit. It's just like I have a different approach, and it actually works. I'm sorry. You don't hear me fighting on YouTube streets about shit.
Do you think I'm fighting?
No, but you take a lot more personal than I do.
Yes. You want to know why I take it personally? Because I hear all these pussies like Nightish and Angry Man and all these dumb. I honestly think Angry Man, CT, John Galt, they're dumb motherfuckers. They talk about masculinity, but they have no clue what manly is. Okay. If a man who hasn't supported you for quite some time goes, well, hey, this is a cash app, and it's anonymous. You don't fucking the next day because you're in your feelings about something I did on your chat. You could make the point about your feelings about my behavior on your chat. You can separate the Cash App, support the channel from what I did on your panel. To me, they're related, but not that much. You can rhetorically separate them. And Nitish did it vindictively because Nitish is one of the Nitish swears he doesn't get in his feelings, but every fucking minute of every fucking show is in his feelings.
I
And
could agree with that,
Nitish,
especially being the guy that doesn't get in his feelings about nothing. I could see it, and every time I see it, I get the spidey senses go up. It's crazy. It's like, man, you guys be tripping over
it
nothing.
doesn't need Spidey sense, but Nitish can count me out. And Nitish Nitish is honestly, dude. You know, I could be mean and talk about what fat does to a man. you know, I could do that. You know, but I'm just gonna let it go. Nitish, yeah. Um, I love watching the show because if I might have to subscribe to Hamp or Fatty or whoever the fuck these idiots are. But the thing is when I wasn't watching Nitish's show, I didn't really care about it. But yeah, Nitish, he doesn't seem Nitish is kind of like CM in a way. He thinks that the Cash Apps and the number of people in this chat have something to do with your worth, with your masculinity. The other thing that Nitish said was, "Well, Stanley, you come up to my panel and you get rid of Fatty, but you only have 6 people in your chat." Well, yeah, but I got shorts that do way better than my lies. He doesn't have a balanced view. It's that ghetto perspective. Honestly, that's why it reminds me of CM. These motherfuckers actually think that the number of people in your chat on the live is a measure of how well your show is doing. These motherfuckers think that, oh, hey, you've been a year and a half not monetized. Well, yeah, that is, I'm disappointed in that, but I'm not going to change. Sometimes you have to admit, well, I'm abrasive. I will be monetized, but I better submit the application when I have 600 subscribers because if I do it at 501, sometimes like I was at 360 and I've already lost one. So I better do 550 or 600 before I think about being monetized because I'm bound to lose 20. But I'm not going to change. I am who I am. You either rock with me or you don't. I'm not going to pander to get some dumb fucks to like. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to compromise. I don't need to. I don't need the YouTube money. I love it. I'd love to break even on all these memberships and newspapers and stuff and subscriptions, but I'll survive. I'd rather be me, the natural me, rather than fucking, you know, get 1,000. Dude, I listened to a little bit of RLM's show and I really like RLM, but dude, some of the contortions she has to do, she's able to cope with it. I'd never be. Dude, I really would go crazy if I had to actually do some of these things. John Galt is a natural. That is a good thing. He's the only one in CT, maybe, and I guess Angry Man and Izzy and all that. They are naturally that fucked up in the head. They're, to me, they're just like entertainers. They're fluid. Um, I'm gonna be honest. They have no moral core, and I have a moral core. Now, maybe it's me just, you know, basically rationalizing, but there's some things I won't do just to be monetized. So I've gone on way too long. And Richard has been warning me. To be honest, Richard's actually the only one who's ever gotten like nightish. Probably if I've been listening to Richard.
I gotta put this baby down, and you know,
Alrighty.
I'm gonna
Well,
shake down. It's my time of the night.
you give that young man a kiss for me, platonically, like his uncle Stanley. And
It's kind of hard not to. He's a good kid. He's a good kid. He's a handsome little dude. But yeah, Stanley, I'll be up. I'll check you out tomorrow for sure.
All right. Have a good night. And I am at 4.5 hours. Might
Peace.
not bad place. Peace. Um. Now I see that I saw that CM is live. It's called "Is Being Racist Against Blacks?" Something or another. And there's My Time and Ryan and damn. Well, you know what? Let's maybe what we should do is wrap up the tent stakes and go over to CM's, but y'all could go. I don't know that I need to go, to be honest. Um hmm. Let's see here. Hey, uniquely. Oh, wait, hold it. What? All right, folks. Well, tell you what, I am going to wrap this up. I've had my 1,000 view day, and sometimes you have to. And I had a good time with Deacon Dave and my darling TMKC, and no one else has hit the chat. The hell? And I did not get to the videos I was going to show today, which is, I am sad about that, but I can always show them tomorrow. There will be a Saturday show. All right. So y'all go over. Let's see, Richard, what do you have to say? Well, well, I tell you what, I don't usually do this and haven't been doing it lately because I think CM is a problem, but mostly to himself. So there's no harm in dropping his little linky link. So here is CM's link. So Richard, you should check him out. You might like it. He's very John Galt, but not as smart or is wrapped tightly. So that's that. So the videos I didn't show about today, and I'll show tomorrow. And I think I'm just gonna, I'll go over and listen to CMs, but probably need to do dinner or something. So see y'all tomorrow. Really appreciate. Had a good time with Deacon Dave and Tamika, and I will see you all tomorrow.